Huh. We get a car. And go zoom in. We only got like 20 minutes. Or I'm gonna go to court. Let me look. Huh. Let's see what this is. They or first. Let's spell it. Who's they? Oh no. Haha. Oh no. Well, you better be present. Let me read this. His hair was not white, bro. Oh, that was a suspect in a car. All right, let's see. Nobody is around from MCD, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Let me check my pocket. I got plenty to eat. I haven't discharged my taser since I got robbed. Probably the fucking... I swear to God, that's probably them blasting up there. Buffalo, Buffalo.
1041, on to the latest 311 down at VPD.
I don't want to be primary on anything because I can't process them. Ain't you first share tonight? Oh, somebody left this door unlocked. Mr. Hender's not gonna be there. Yeah, no, that's definitely not a question at all. Surprised this pole ain't fell on me yet. I can't believe that they didn't allow those affidavits because of a clerical error on behalf of the notary, who is a circuit court judge. Like, bro. That's a little crazy. I've missed a pole before. It was happening in slow motion. Just went around. Well, I don't think he better not have approved the subpoena for those witnesses, because that would be ridiculous to subpoena somebody that close to court. You can request that they be called as a witness, but if they can't make it, they should not be held under subpoena and punished because they're not able to make it, unless they completed the scheduler and indicated to be available. But even then, like, plans can change. You hate court? Oh, I love court. Court is my favorite. Mr. Hendricks, I believe, would be in violation of his bail. He's not going to be present today, but I believe he paid like $18,000 to go out on bail, and I believe that he is now in violation of it for both committing a violent felony, aggravated attempted murder in the first degree ×4, but also obstruction of justice. So those would both make him in violation of his bail. It's unfortunate he's unable to attend court today, because that would have been a lot of fun to serve. Gooped that. I was talking to him out of character. He was like, "Why do you have such a hard-on for Rowan Hendricks?" And honestly, I don't. But he just seems to love to blast police, in particularly in situations where I'm involved. If it's something that I ain't involved in, except for that one time that I was prosecuting him, I really don't really have a lot of information to articulate a warrant. He just loves. Shut up. Objection. I'm looking forward. I think it's Mr. Oh no, it's Schneider. Oh, Mr. Armstrong. I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. Armstrong in court. He talks a big game into sales. We'll see what he do in court. I'm gonna go over to the courthouse a little bit early. What? Why? Why do you try and avoid court? I love it. I feel like it's an important part of the job. Not a stay still person. Well, me neither. I like to be, I don't like to just sit around and do nothing. I need to be talking to somebody, engaging with people. And that's why I don't really like robberies, because there's not really much for me to do at a robbery, especially if I ain't the negotiator. And even if you are the negotiator, it's usually, will be this long, the hostage is okay, free passage, no spike strips, no air one. And then it is sad. So there's not really much interaction at a robbery. Parkour chase. Ah, that's kind of dangerous. I don't like parkour chases. I'm not very good at parkour. I'm terrible at it. We'll go through this light. Once it turns green, of course. Ooh, I'm halfway through the week. Thank God. I chose to observe that stop sign. Why is there a stop sign and a traffic light at the same intersection? I don't know, but I think it's valid. You can observe one. Or maybe you stop if it's red and stay if it's red, and if it's green you have to still stop, but then you can go. That's probably what that means, now that I think about it. Oh well. It's a stop sign. I stopped. So we're going to the bank. Get some money. How much you think my paycheck's gonna be? Collect it. 17,000 plus 50,000. Oh my gosh. Oh. I got so much money. Just slow down, motorcycle.
Front, away.
You need to rob more shits. You think we gonna catch them? Probably not. I didn't see where they went. I don't think they continue south. I hesitated. Dang it. No, I don't give warnings. I also am not inclined to give people time off. Like that lady last night. I actually was going to give her time off if she didn't plead no contest. But I don't want people to feel entitled to it. It's not something you're entitled to. And I don't need you to plead any sort of way. You can plead however you want. That is my motto. Oh my God. Well, go ahead and plead however you want. I'm also the asshole that when I ask for somebody's plea after reading them their charges, they say, well, what's the time and fine? And I tell them it is irrelevant to their plea. Get hear your time and fine, and then all of a sudden be like, oh shit, nah, not guilty, dog. That it doesn't matter. A time and fine should have no bearing on whether or not you feel like you committed the crimes or you feel like you didn't. No, I usually do give time off. But I don't want people to feel entitled to it. Especially when somebody asks for it. Then it's probably going to be a no. If they say, can I get time off for a guilty... Nah, dog. You're going to play however you want. Natural selection at Little Seoul. Oh, look at that raccoon. Dang it. I want to go catch this mogul. Maybe we'll be able to. Or it might be somebody's car. Because it's right at Cook's. Can I help you?
Oh,
What's
Kelly,
up?
I need to give that to an officer. It came out in one of our mules that we had.
Oh,
It's
oh
one of
my
the
God,
state
that is a
issues.
lot of trucks there.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
No problem.
I'll put it
Thank
on
you.
my car.
I was trying to call an officer to give it to him, but Latchley Fields must be busy. So.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. Have a
I'm
good one,
gonna,
Kelly.
you too. Have the day you deserve. That's what Austin T. Man said. And I was like, I like that. I love a good stolen car report.
+1 are at a current rummaging call in the Legion Field, TAC 5.
I don't know. That's a plate that kept coming up yesterday. That was the one that was on that, yes, it is. That plate been going around on a lot of different cars. I seen it on 2 different cars yesterday. Shit, it's a lot. Cause that was on the plate, was on the one, from the shots fired in Sandy Shores. And then when we had HSR in custody, at the hospital, it was on that car that was, outside as well. Oh, somebody getting blasted there. Probably got murdered. In the hospital. That's why Kelly say it. What's going on at the wind farm? I ain't got time to go find out.
222 +1 in traffic. We'll take a TAC line.
Ooh.
Delta 776 NYPD.
I can't go to Ron Alternate's wind farm. I have to go to court. What do you mean, no? Listen, I have to say things differently for different characters. Sonny would never call it a hospital. Lisa, she will say it is the hospital. To get the medical treatments. Process. I'll get processed. Listen, my favorite though is to say people's names incorrectly and then when they correct me be like, that's what I just said, bro. That's probably why people don't like me, because I piss them off. Because I don't ever say anybody's name correctly. Let's go up here. Miss Chapman. I still remember that time I was in court. I was prosecuting Rowan Hendricks, and I called to the stand Mr. Alejandro Garcia. And then everybody called him Alejandro for the remainder of the court case. I think I clipped it. Just for funsies. Hello. Just gonna get rid of this fake plate. Here, let's just put it in the trash. I can get rid of that too. Oh, that might have been my homework. Oh well, it's gone now. I need the test for my gun. Who that? Oh. Hello. Alright, to the courthouse. My concern is that I don't have a car that I can park. I just have a car. So I might need a ride back from the courthouse. Karina Thorne, I think, is also subpoenaed. I think it was in Great City. It might have been USA the second time around. That she used to rock the short haircut that was red with the dark tips and a beanie. And people were trying to steal my beanie because I said it was the source of my power. I rocked that for a long time, but then I went back to the classic Kelly ponytail. Well, how come ain't nobody here? Where everybody at? Maybe there is no court. No? I know that somebody got their affidavit did last night. It was before the close of discovery. I don't know why. I think it was Voss. I don't think it'll matter if her testimony is just for the evidence. Because I can testify to the forensic reports. I obviously didn't pick them up though. Let's go this way. Oh my god, you are a cheese dick asshole. You just rear-ended the shit out of that bitch. Made him go through the red light. The fucker. Go buy the score. The games are over, Sanchez. Stop looking for me, Koshka. I don't know what that means, but probably something stupid. Yeah, we just gonna go to the courthouse. What's the half hour?
Delta 776, latest 911.
Oh, the BDO is here.
We'll take it, TAC 2, take 3.
Ah, that was that mogul I was looking for. What's the plate? Is it what I thought? 5 Bravo Whiskey. Echo 5 Bravo Whiskey.
Front, away.
Nope. Is that what I thought? Oh. It was 88 miles per hour. I fully look forward to this car being vandalized. Like, that'll be a lot of fun. Who else is Josh Robertson? Is he around? No. Serena Thorne. She's not around yet either. That's gonna be unfortunate. They don't show up. They should though. Serena and Alpha Young. I need water. Yeah, I'll go to the vending machine. Buy some waters. Yes, uh, $10 for a fucking bottle of water. That's crazy. That's insane. Or the entirety of the public defender's office. Torero.
Hi, I have a question.
Okay, what's your question?
I got an email saying that they needed me to clean up some perfume that was spilled on a floor in a courtroom.
Oh, yeah, it was in this courtroom,
In this
actually. Yeah, during, it
Oh,
was a sentencing hearing.
okay. I don't want to intrude if there's anyone in there.
I'm gonna look. Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
Well, it looks pretty empty.
Okay. Yeah.
On in.
All right, I'll clean up everything.
Yeah, it's a real strong smell.
Oh,
It was like in this
yikes,
area,
I can smell it. Yeah.
and then in this second row, I believe is where this crazy lady just kept spraying.
Okay.
Sprayed so much.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm just gonna start up.
Oh, it's Miss Bishop. Miss Bishop didn't come prepared to win today. I'll be upset. What she really got to be prepared for is all those stupid objections that they're gonna make that you just submit it. And then they're like, we're satisfied. It's crazy. I left my goldfish at work today. Sorry, I'm just dying slightly. Oh, my puppy's cute. I will not do it during a court proceeding, just so you know. I'm not gonna punch anybody in a court. I might stand like a statue. I'm not gonna do anything that's gonna get me fired. Just so you know. If I can't make it make sense in RP, or it was gonna end up with felony charges, yeah, I'm probably gonna not do it. Winstonworth probably is going to be that judge that wants a picture of the bullet coming out of his gun and impacting an individual. And without that evidence, he'll be like, "No, dog. The court finds him not guilty." why Miss Bishop just way over there? She's not even wanted to talk to me. Didn't nobody talk to me, really. Where's this email? Nothing exciting. Shoot.
Hey, Kelly.
Oh, hello, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm above average.
That's good. Are you prepared? Are you ready?
I'm always prepared, ma'am.
Perfect. Well, that's why you're my first witness.
Also, my warrant for Mr. Rowan Hendricks has been approved.
Oh, good.
I believe that will result in a violation of his bail.
Perfect. Assuming he ever shows up. I know he'd already planned on not being here today, but...
No, but that would just mean that he should not be entitled to a refund of his bail amount.
Nope.
He might not be incarcerated until prison, but I feel like it might make it difficult for him to get bail in the future, considering that he was released, according to this docket, on the 26th, and then that same day that he was released, committed these crimes.
Yeah. I remember seeing in him post that he was like thankful that he got put on bail, and I'm like, yeah, you were so thankful that you decided to just go ahead and commit a couple more felonies while you were at it.
I don't think we've met before. Hello, I'm Circuit Judge Brantford Winstonworth.
Oh my God, Brantford.
He's gonna be a tough one.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Miss Mia. We really appreciate your service to the court.
Well, I spent all night just making sure that I have everything set up, the questions set up. So as long as
I'm glad you cleaned it
everything
up.
goes the way I hope, it should be good.
Well, it is Mr. Schneider. I remember arguing Mr. Hendricks' case in the past. He's gonna have a bunch of redundant objections. He's gonna say it lacks foundation every fucking time. Just submit the evidence. He'll tell you exactly what you need to do to satisfy his objection, and you'll be like, all right, well, here you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna just be like, look, instead of wasting my time and everybody else's time, just let me submit the damn evidence. Like, come on.
That's really the only thing I would worry about.
Hello.
Oh, that would be phenomenal. I don't know the last time those were cleaned. I'll be honest with you. All right, wonderful. Thank you so much.
I don't know. The last case I had, it did not go well, so this should be my, hopefully, redemption case.
I'll also tell you, looking at the docket, Exhibit A, occupant of vehicle and Rowan Hendricks, they're going to object to that. They're going to say, presuming this is Rowan Hendricks is prejudicial to our client, despite the fact that it literally is a photograph of him.
Well, they tried to do that with his mugshots, and I was like, it's not, because it's used as a form of identification. And if you, the thing is, like, if the judge had been like, yeah, you can't have the mugshots, I'd be like, well, then how the hell do you expect officers, like, what's the point of taking a mugshot if you can't use it as a form of identification? And he was identified through his photo, and, like, I'm sorry, it's so stupid.
Oh, also, when Mr. Hendricks was getting ready to leave, he was, the suspect that was shot down was like, get me Rowan. He name dropped him.
Perfect. Well,
pretty
that'd
great.
be part of my question. I try my best to make sure I set up, like, telling a story, right? So you set up every little bit of what happened without leading. Sometimes it's hard because I'm just like, okay, then what happened next? And then what happened next? And it's like a tedious thing, but I try it so that they can't be like, well, she's leading, she's leading. And I'm just like, fuck you.
No leading. Don't lead me nowheres.
Nope. But you know what? I have faith in you because I've seen you on stand before. I mean, I've questioned you on stand before, and you're very straightforward. You don't put in a bunch of bullshit like I thinks, which I hate when people do that. So I think it'll be fine. Plus, Karina, you know, I trust her judgment as well. I don't know much about, and I can't remember his name.
Josh Robertson.
Josh, yeah. And actually, I lied. He's my first because he was the arresting officer. You're second. And then Karina's
Perfect.
third.
Well, I don't see Mr. Robertson on duty yet.
Well, he better be because.
It's gonna be a problem.
913's gonna
Yeah,
activate NSF during attempt to
he's
catch
a
up
lot of
with
my
the unguarded
evidence
vehicle.
submission questions, so he better get.
Give a
Let's go Tech 3.
If it's the forensics, I could probably.
Well, since Karina was the one that submitted the forensic evidence, I figured I would use her as that because her name's on it.
All right, perfect.
So it's basically, was there forensic evidence taken? Yeah. Oh, here we go. All the evidence was taken right here. Bam. Hopefully they don't like, oh, you need to set that up a little more. Like how? There was forensic evidence. This is the forensic evidence. I don't know. I just wanted to get as much submitted as quickly as possible, but
Well, that's fair.
we'll see. We'll see what he comes up with. I was like telling, because I'm supposed to have a second and a third, but my third can't make it. So I'm hoping my second will be here. I know she's not feeling good, but
Oh,
I just
no.
told her objections are my worst thing because I'm not like usually, I don't know, I'm just really bad at it. So I was like having somebody to be like, hey, you know, object to that, because if I miss something, then they catch it. And it kind of helps.
Well, I'm gonna
Oh,
be.
hello, everyone. My instincts were correct. We do have people waiting for us. Members of the... Oh, and there's people behind us, too. They're just so sneaky. Well,
I am
ready for
Kelly
today's
Price, Your
proceedings.
Honor. Sneaky
I
is
look
my
forward to
middle
having
name.
everyone in court. Yes, Miss Price, you are quite sneaky, aren't you? Miss Thorne, good to see you as well. Everyone can get searched by the DSE and come on inside, and we'll get started on time, unless everyone happens to get here early, in which case, why wait? All right, I'll see you in a bit.
Nice to see you, Your Honor.
But what I was going to say
Hello.
is that
Do
9
I have
times
to
out of
get
10.
searched even though I'm on duty?
No, I don't think so. But
No, PD don't.
it really, there's a lot of things you can object to, but it's not necessary.
No,
If
and
that
I-
makes sense.
I usually try to gauge what they're getting at when they ask the question. And I'm like, look, if this isn't going to hurt me in any way, I don't care. Let them ask the stupid questions. It's just sometimes I can't gauge that. So it's just always nice to have someone maybe
The
hearing or
big
seeing things I
one
don't notice.
that you're. Come on over here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, basically you're
Ah, you're
just
good.
searching.
The big one you probably gonna want to focus on for objections is out of scope.
Wait, am I supposed to be here for this conversation?
You can.
No, you can. Which basically means when they're cross-examining, anything that you didn't ask for or ask about during your direct questioning, if what they're asking is not related to your direct questioning, then you can argue out of scope.
Yeah. I'm going to try to keep a close eye on that one.
Who's
But
the
then they
defense
might.
attorney?
Well, it's Ernst Schneider, Kathleen
God.
Montoya,
Oh,
and
God.
Stephen Armstrong. I'm actually
Oh,
excited to see
God.
Mr. Armstrong in court. I've only seen him in the cells, but he liked to nitpick every little thing.
Okay, well,
They're
I'll get my
probably going to
bottle of
point out
whiskey ready
that's
after
in
this.
the initial filing of the docket. I had updated the report as part of there that says on whatever date. It says December 13th. I fat fingered a 1 in front of my 2. I'm sure they'll find a technicality with that, the forensic information.
Well, apparently they're really big on technicalities because what I had five fucking affidavits, only one of them got approved because they
I don't-
forgot to put this. I'm like, okay, so the fuck what?
The Winfred Baker, isn't she a judge? That is a stupid technicality.
914 plus 1.
That is a stupid technicality.
6 MRPD.
Although the last one I
195
did when she was the judge on it,
Tech 5
she
is
she
clear.
did object to a couple things that I was a little annoyed with, mainly because one of them was phone records, and she was the one that signed the damn warrant for the phone records, and she accepted their objection to it, so I couldn't even submit them. And she was like, "Well, you have to be able to submit something that proves that he blah blah blah, or that they were involved." And I'm like, "Yeah, I had that, but you objected to it, and you wouldn't let me use it." So like, then I was a little salty. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, well, you got this.
Dude, Sweaty,
Oh, Thorny,
responded to
Mr.
the
Hendricks
latest
has a
9
fat
a.m.
warrant for his
field card.
alias.
We can take 2 additionals.
He
Oh,
violated his
really?
bail. I think that might be important to bring up.
23.
Yeah, he likes to commit felonies apparently.
You know, it was the same day that he got released on bail that he committed those crimes. It's crazy.
Should I just bring that up, just so you know, just so the court knows he is. And there's a warrant out for his arrest now because he broke bail.
13 can route
Is
tech
do
4.
we have we heard from Robertson?
I don't think I've even heard from him in a while. Let me look at my emails.
Did he indicate he was going to be available?
Rescues 41.
Let me double check. I don't remember seeing anything that he indicated he wasn't going to be available. But now I'm starting to wonder if I missed it. I better not. I swear to God.
Well, I mean, he should have common sense if he won't going to be available to submit an affidavit.
Common sense is not often very common, unfortunately.
That is true.
Hmm.
Well, that's what the suspect in the car tried to argue.
Oh, did
You didn't give me the opportunity to get out of the car. Well, it's common sense. I don't think the penal code says anything about giving you the opportunity to exit. And I believe it was Mr. Truetwine who was like, well, that's like arguing burglary. You're breaking into somebody's house, stealing the stuff. Oh, well, you didn't give me the opportunity to just leave. Why would I give you the opportunity to leave when you're in the middle of committing a crime? It's pretty dumb.
I don't.
I'm kind of disappointed. I thought Mr. Lamb was going to put out a warrant for Mr. Joseph Martinez, but he did not. That's kind of disappointing.
Should we go inside just in case, you know, we get
Yeah.
hit with a technicality of, oh, didn't show?
Wait, no, we got 11 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just looking at something real quick.
And we're waiting on Mr. Robertson.
I want to check something in the emails.
Was he subpoenaed?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It'll be real bad if he don't show up.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
find the line where I posted the witnesses, but I'm not finding it now. It was shortly after I submitted the evidence. Let me go back. Yeah, because I think this was the one where initially I had said that I was calling them witnesses, but I didn't say subpoena.
It's
And they're like-
line 11.
Yeah. So see here, the state. Okay, no subpoena. I did initially say subpoena. Okay, so no, yeah, Josh Robertson, Kelly Price, and Karina Thorne. Yeah, and I looked in the emails, the one that you're in, that you're both in. I don't see anything from him. Although I'm trying to remember what his email he uses is, because I don't.
Oh, it's Josh Robertson. It's spelled ALFIEYOUNG.
Yeah, I don't see anything from him. I'm gonna double check, but I don't see anything from him. I don't think he ever even responded to this email once, to be honest.
Well,
with you.
I feel like he should be familiar with a court docket and a court subpoena.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh was a sergeant in the BCSO before he left, so he knows what's expected from these situations.
I'm not seeing anything from Josh whatsoever.
Maybe send him an email.
Yeah, I'm gonna
send
tag
an
him in this
email.
Oh, well, their subpoena did not get approved for Truetwine or Theoman. I don't even think they're available.
Well, if not, you guys just will have some extra questions added to you so I can submit that evidence.
Well, I ain't
Yeah, that's
worried.
perfectly fine.
Okay. All right. So I tagged him. We'll see if he answers. If not, there's not much I can do. But I do appreciate you both for making it. And
Of course.
I'm a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie. It's just because it's a big
Hey.
one, and I really want, I really want to do it justice. So I try really hard, but I do get a little nervous.
You've got this. You've got this. Thankfully, both Kelly and I are pretty experienced when it comes to being witnesses and testifying on the stand. So,
Oh yeah.
we'll do our best. I mean, I didn't see much, to be honest, but it should be enough, right? I mean, the guy didn't have a
Yeah.
mask.
Well, and a lot of the stuff that I wanted to ask Robertson was just about like, was there evidence? Was there this? Was there this? I believe I have to look at the questions I had from him. So, like, as long as you can confirm that stuff, you're good.
Well, I believe that Robertson was shot down.
He was.
Oh no.
So
Hello.
he read the report, but he wouldn't be.
So one of my witnesses is not here.
Whoa. Who are your other witnesses that are not here?
Just him.
Robertson.
That's it.
Just
I
him?
only
Okay.
called you three because you three were the most substantial witnesses that I had. Everyone else we requested affidavits from, but you know how that went. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at.
Who are you missing?
Josh Robertson.
And what would he testify to?
Well, he was the initial arresting officer, so he was there for most of the beginning part of it. I can hold on.
What was his name again?
Josh
I
Robertson.
think, to be honest, probably Thorne would be, or myself would be better to get the forensic reports.
Yeah, so basically one of the things was to submit the affidavit. I was just going to ask what other officers were on scene. And that way, if once he mentions Austin, I can put his affidavit as evidence. That's not too big of a deal.
You don't even need foundation.
Well, yeah,
affidavits.
you
Do I
can
don't?
just
Oh.
no,
You
it's
just
it's
you just
testimony.
Just
Oh,
submit 'em right
perfect.
away. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Well, that's easy. Okay, and then the other thing was the one, Kelly, you were telling me about that might get objected to. I was just asking, what did the suspect do once you confronted him? So, obviously what he did, and then I could be like, oh, he was in the car. Here's evidence of him in the car. That kind of thing. So
Delta 776.
Yeah,
to
it took-
Pillbox Medical.
I took
Mr.
notes of
Hendricks was
whatever
not the
call
one in
from
the car.
scene. Yeah.
No. I have to set up the other gentleman first because he was the reason everyone was there in the first place. Right. So I'm setting him up first, but Hendricks happens to be in the photo.
Oh, Robertson is on the way. He said he indicated in the scheduler he would be unable to attend, but he is on the
Oh,
way.
did he? Oh, I didn't even see that.
All right, good. You should be good then.
Hey Celeste, guess
Yeah.
Mm.
I've been
Kicking butt.
sanctioned.
He got sanctioned.
Oh
today.
no.
Why'd you
Yeah.
get sanctioned?
I
'Cause
love
he
how
was
happy
the
he
scheduler
is.
on the old man's case.
Listen, I've been super busy and I forgot to fill out the sanction.
The
Not
scheduler?
sanction, scheduler.
Yep, that's fine.
I just love your excitement.
All right. Well, if y'all got to get searching, I would go through
yeah.
security.
Yeah, we don't have the
Okay.
privilege of being officers. Can't do it. Hello.
We got these thorny.
Yes, we do.
Hello. You guys are good to go in.
Oh, perfect. Because if you searched me, I'd be decked out with weapons.
Miss Price, is it okay if I just send you the notes of like what I've taken today before I testify?
Oh.
Just because I'm like,
this
ugh.
Like, you're probably fine.
Look, court still always makes me teeny weeny bit nervous.
Hey, how you feeling?
Not great.
I think it's
I'm sorry.
got
It's
this.
fine.
It's all right. I keep getting like this feeling like I'm gonna get a fever, but I don't ever end up getting a fever. It's just like that beginning stage.
That's how I was. Well, I think I actually had it this morning. And then I slept
Nice. It's weird. My body does not like fevers for some reason. I never
Probably
get them.
gonna turn off my radio.
But I have tomorrow, which is gonna be a long ass day, probably like 12 hours long, and then I have a week off. So
It's going, man.
yeah.
It's going.
I'm like, well, if I'm gonna get sick, let it be then, because then I don't have to miss work. Although I do have 12 sick days, I could technically do my job in Liberty, but.
I should have bought food before this. I don't have enough to like last me 3 hours.
I only got 3 scones.
Oh.
Yeah.
They're lemon
like we
blueberry
PTO,
scones.
but we have to use PTO. They're like, well,
I had a lot
we
more
had it
food, but I got
here,
robbed.
So we're like, okay, I'm gonna miss this day and this day.
By
and this
Mr.
day.
Click.
They're like,
Very
well, make sure
upset.
there's no this, and this happening because you can't miss those days. I'm like, all right, fuck, like what? And then I'm trying to figure out, okay, which days can I miss then?
All right. What do you want from Bestie's Bistro? I'm gonna see if they deliver.
Oh, if they got sandwiches, I'll take whatever.
I mean, I guess that's good. Take a whole week off, go somewhere. But our PTO is only like 3 days. And sick days are the only days that carry over each year. So that's why I have so many. Because I don't usually miss, even when I'm sick, to be
But
honest
all
with
these
you.
prisons
I
from the
hate
Department
trying
of
to
Justice is
get other people to
beautiful.
take over my job while I'm gone. I'm a perfectionist, and I'd rather just do it myself.
You know, this courtroom smells a lot better now than after that sentencing hearing. The courtroom smelled like cheap perfume and tears of criminals.
He said he wasn't.
Yes.
In the email, he said that you guys don't need me, right? Have some other matters to deal with, but can be if needed. And then I just said I needed one of you here at least, just in case. Plus, even for nothing, just moral support, or if there's a question you think I should have asked that I didn't ask, or whatever the question. You know, I just like to have that person there.
I'm gonna make a phone call.
Right, I'll be here. Oh, that guy's here. Where are they gonna call him? Oh, hello. Welcome to the party.
Cheers.
I think they tried to subpoena you, Mr. Trutwine.
They did. That's why I requested his presence. I'm like, oh, fuck it. Might as well come.
They didn't subpoena me?
Well, they tried you at the last minute. Probably won't be approved, but they may be able to call you as a witness if you're present. I don't think it'll really matter.
Where's Austin?
I mean, they did leave it a little bit late to request you as a subpoena. Like, you know, this sounds like they've had multiple weeks to work on this case, is it?
I'm pleading the fifth, so it doesn't matter.
You're gonna plead the fifth.
His name is New. That's what Bert says.
Are we talking about Teddy Bear? Yeah, Teddy Bear back there.
Oh, a cadet.
Teddy Parker.
Teddy Bear.
Teddy Parker,
Who is the
Teddy
cadoodle?
Bill. Whatever works.
Please. I'm sorry for not speaking. Like while we're out there, I'm just.
All rise. The court is now in session with the Honorable Circuit Judge Brantford Winstonworth presiding.
Phenomenal work, Miss Kaiser. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. You may be seated. Thank you so much for your attendance and your respect. I am Circuit Judge Brantford Winstonworth, and I will be presiding over the case of 2025 CM032, State of San Andreas versus Rowan Hendricks.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Before we begin, we'll identify the parties. I understand that this case is proceeding in absentia with the consent of Mr. Hendricks, and he will therefore not be present in court. Counsel for the defendant, please identify yourself.
Good evening, Your Honor. Stephen Armstrong with the Office of the Public Defender, first chair today on behalf of Mr. Hendricks. Kathleen Montoya, third chair on behalf of the defense, also public defender's office.
Oh, so your name again one more time for the record, ma'am? You're a little hard to hear at first.
Kathleen Montoya, Your Honor.
Oh, maybe it
Thank
won't
you, Ms.
take
Montoya.
15 hours
And,
if
now
Mr.
for the
Schneider's
state.
not here.
Celeste Bishop, first chair.
Jade Halstern, second chair.
One more time as second chair.
Jade Halstern.
Thank you very much.
Miss Hellstrom.
For everyone's benefit, if you're present in court the very first time that you speak up today, you may need to, just think about it for a few seconds before you start talking. Takes everyone's ears a second sometimes. Very well. I will now, counsel for the state, please inform the court of the charges which the defendant is facing.
Yes, Your Honor. They are attempted second-degree murder, aggravated times 4, obstruction of justice times 1, unlawful possession of a class 2 firearm, and uttering threats times 1.
Is that going to be misdemeanor or felony obstruction of justice?
That would be felony.
That would be felony.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bishop. All right. I will now inform everyone of this court's rules. To begin, both parties are expected to maintain a high degree of professionalism. I hasten to remind the parties only to address this court and not each other. Everyone present for this proceeding will maintain respectful behavior and abide by courtroom etiquette. Those attending will respect the authority of this court and will comply with this court's instructions. All electronic devices must be turned off or set to silent mode. No recording or photography is permitted by those in the gallery except for approved news media. Conversations shall be kept to a minimum and conducted in a whisper so as not to disrupt this proceeding. If you need to take a phone call, I kindly ask that you do so outside so as not to disrupt the court or those around you. With the rules established,
take a
do
phone
the parties
call
have any
while I'm on
pretrial
the
motions
stand.
for the
Should I
court to
just leave?
consider? We'll start with the state.
Yeah, I have.
No,
I
Your Honor.
literally have food on the way. What
And
am I
defense.
supposed to do?
No, the defense has 2.
Why did they not
All right, let's hear it, Mr.
mention
Armstrong.
that he's out
First, we
on...
asked the court for permission
He
to utilize
violated
the
his
well
bail.
of the courtroom during opening and closing statements, as well as direct and cross-examinations, seeking the approval to, of course, approach the bench and/or the witness stand in each instance.
In abstention. I
Granted.
got that
Next.
warrant for his arrest.
The second and final one, Your Honor, is we'd seek 10 to 15 minutes after the close of the defense's case to prepare for closing arguments.
Granted, although I may give you less time depending
he's
on the
proceeding in
circumstances.
absentia.
We try to keep things snappy around here, Mr. Armstrong.
not
I'm sure
here.
you'll do just fine. Anything else?
So basically,
Nothing further from the defense,
you've got
Your Honor.
right to face your
All right,
accused,
and in light of the
but he's
defense's
waived said right.
motions, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
So what do I have?
All right, wonderful. Let's get started. The state, you may introduce your first piece of evidence or call your first... Sorry, let's do opening statements. Excuse me. Are the parties interested in making opening statements today, state?
Always, Your Honor, always.
All right, wonderful.
Good
And I
answer.
assume the defense wants to as well. Does anyone need time before we start our opening statements?
The
Who
state
the
does
fuck
not.
needs time?
The defense does not either.
Let's
Should
rock
be
and roll.
prepared.
Please go ahead, state. You may use the lectern if you prefer.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I apologize if my voice cracks. I am getting sick, unfortunately.
I'm sure you'll do just fine, Miss Bishop.
Thank you. Your Honor, today the state will present clear and compelling evidence that the defendant, Rowan Hendricks, was an active participant in an ambush against law enforcement officers. Hendricks knowingly and willingly engaged in a coordinated attack using a firearm illegally in an attempt to execute officers in the line of duty. The defendant's actions were not only violent but calculated, demonstrating a flagrant disregard for human life and the law. The state will provide testimony from officers who witnessed Hendricks engaging in gunfire, aiding a fugitive, and ultimately evading arrest. The forensic evidence, including gunshot residue, photographic documentation, officer reports, will leave no doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges before the court. We urge the court to hold Hendricks fully accountable for his violent and premeditated actions.
He did now.
Thank you very much, Miss Bishop. Mr. Armstrong, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
There was no evading.
May I proceed?
Of course.
Your Honor and members of the court. Today, the prosecution will attempt to paint Rowan Hendricks as a violent criminal.
Because he is.
A man who ambushed officers and opened fire.
Yeah, he did.
But when you examine the evidence, or most importantly, the lack thereof, you will see that the truth is far more complicated. You see, Rowan Hendricks is not the mastermind of a violent assault. He is not the gunman that Miss Bishop the state and the prosecution claims. He is a man who was caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. If anything, a man who helped a wounded friend, not a man who committed attempted murder. What you'll discover throughout this trial is something far more troubling. A case built not on evidence, but on bias. A case
We're on
spearheaded
witness
by
testimony.
Sergeant Kelly Price, who wears two hats in our justice system. A police sergeant and an ad hoc prosecutor. And who has a documented
I've
history
also done the
with
same
the
thing.
defendant. The same
I
Kelly
do have a
Price who
documented
saw an
history.
opportunity in the
I was trying
chaos
to strike you as a
of that
witness.
day to
His
finally
opening statement.
pin serious charges on someone she's targeted before.
Object.
No, I didn't target
Miss
anybody.
Bishop and the prosecution wants you to believe that Mr.
Objection,
Hendricks
hearsay.
was a shooter. But let's look at what we expect the facts to
because
say
he was a
today, Your
shooter.
Honor. The facts will say that no firearm was recovered from Mr. Hendricks at the time of his arrest.
Well, now, yeah,
No
'cause he
forensic
put it away.
evidence places a weapon in Mr. Hendricks' hands.
Actually, the
and no
positive GSR
ballistics
test definitely
link him
places a weapon
to
in his
any
hands.
recovered forensics evidence or gunfire forensics evidence from the scene.
Actually, yeah, there were 12
What the
gauge
evidence does
cases
show
collected from the scene.
is that Mr. Hendricks was present at the scene, just like many
So
others.
They've confirmed he's there. Okay, cool.
We expect it will show that he walked into Vinewood Station voluntarily, unaware of any wrongdoing.
Trains
Would a
get to
man
go
who
Highly
just
positive
attempted to
for
murder
GSR.
police officers walk straight into a police station hours later?
Well, it really wasn't hours later. No.
You see,
like 20 minutes.
This case isn't about evidence.
Not even.
It's about vendetta. It's about officers seeing what they expected to see in the fog of a traumatic incident, led by somebody with a personal mission against the defendant. You'll see how Sergeant Price's
Wow.
influence shaped this entire investigation, turning officers into authors rather than objective
That
observers.
is crazy. I have a lot of influence.
The
I'm
burden
really
of proof
flattered.
in this
I didn't
case
know you can
lies
influence me
entirely
like that,
with the
Kelly.
prosecution. They must
feel
prove
so powerful.
beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Hendricks fired a weapon, that he intended to harm officers, and that he engaged in the obstruction of
Well,
justice.
I think the harm is implied when you blast at
But
point
when
blank
we
range with a
examine the
shotgun.
holes in their case, when we challenge the assumptions, the lack of concrete, direct identification, the unreliable forensic tests, and the underlying
The
bias,
unreliable
Your Honor, that
forensics
corrupted this
tests.
investigation from the start,
Prove it.
you will see that the doubt is not only present, but it is overwhelming. At the end of this trial, I will ask you to return a verdict of not guilty, because a person should not be convicted on speculation. A person should not be convicted because of assumptions. And most importantly, a person should not be convicted when the case is tainted by the bias of those sworn to be impartial.
I don't
Thank
think
you.
I'm sworn to be impartial.
Thank you so much,
never got
Mr.
sworn in.
Armstrong. We appreciate your opening statement. Now, apologies for the misfire earlier. State, you may call your first witness or introduce your first piece of evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the state would like to submit the affidavit of Austin Thiemann, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. It's on line 29, Exhibit M5.
Hello?
All right, let's look at line 29, shall we? Exhibit M5. I see M5 as being the affidavit of Malachi Trotwine, Miss Bishop.
Oh, did I remember the wrong number? Hold on a second. Sorry.
Fuck you know.
I would also encourage you to review the docket filings
Can you
since
knock on his
line
seat? DOC
29.
will let you in.
Who's lost?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because they
I'm
struck
like
his subpoena
secretly
from
being
the-
on the
they
phone
struck
right now
his
because I don't want to get
affidavit.
misdemeanor contempt. I think this judge is a hard ass.
I think hard ass is a very, very nice way of putting it. The other one that I know rhymed with hunt.
What was that? Sorry.
Oh.
Okay. Let me know if you can.
Furthermore, Miss Bishop,
I see.
the
DOC,
issue with
there comes
Exhibit
in the door.
M3, which is labeled Autism Thiemann Affidavit, remains inaccessible at this time.
Did he say
Now, I had issued an order previously that the
sorry,
exhibits
you
could be
said autism.
resubmitted.
You did.
And I
It
see that
was
you did
labeled
resubmit
autism.
them and indicated they had been fixed. But if you look at line number 30, Mr. Armstrong
spelled it
carefully
autism.
and in great detail explained issues with the various affidavits. And I struck them for the reasons identified. I did accept affidavit number M5 for the record.
Oh, yes, Your
and
Honor.
I
I
believe you
just-
had some time to fix those affidavits prior to trial.
Oh,
In fact, I would have been willing to hear pretrial motions on the issue, but you did not raise any.
No, I didn't have time because by the time I got them, it was discovery had ended, so I didn't really have time. But what I meant to say was M5, and yes, you're right. It was Malachi, not Austin.
All right,
I just had the
wonderful.
name wrong.
We can all look at Exhibit M5 then. Any objections to the introduction of this affidavit, Mr. Armstrong?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. The defense respectfully objects to the entrance of M5 on a clerical ground that we've cited before, if I may.
Oh dear.
Well, let's hear it.
Your Honor, specifically in the submission and the affidavit of M5, we've noticed an inconsistency between the notarized signature and the actual signature of the individual that is submitting the affidavit. Specifically, the notarized signature is a day prior to Malachi Trotwine's signature, which is a day later.
That's my food in
Based off of our understanding of how a notarized process works in the submission of an affidavit, that makes no logical sense.
sake.
In which isn't the intention that a
Just sit down
notary
here now.
is
I made the
seeing
I made
as
the decision.
the individual providing the affidavit is signing? We see that those two dates would be
mean,
the same.
I
Now,
feel like
I say it
time zone
with great clarity
Yeah, I know.
and caution, Your Honor,
You know,
because
he's got
I
a
don't
point.
want to make it appear like defense counsel is being petty or like we're trying to, nitpick at any of these things. But these do act
I understand.
the
Mr.
fundamental
Armstrong.
questions
Let's
of
avoid
credibility.
the purple prose. We can investigate this. I'm gonna make a quick phone call. One second.
Idiot.
My God, I've never seen someone
Hey,
so
hey.
anal in my goddamn life.
To my left, that's Malachi. So you just call him as a
yeah,
witness
just call
instead.
him as a witness
Oh,
instead.
can I do that last minute?
You can
Yeah,
try.
on the witness
They
list.
yeah.
They tried, but
Right,
then that means
he's on the witness list. You've made it
Yeah.
available to them. They can't object to it. It's on the witness list.
Okay,
Could have
that's
objected at any
true.
point.
That's true. Okay.
Just because you didn't mandate him to be in court doesn't mean that he
That's
can't be
true.
in court.
That's true. See? I love that. Yeah. Well, I didn't technically. It was defense that did. I only called Kelly.
He's listed as a witness in the initial filing.
Exactly.
I don't know if
He's
that's
on the
wrong.
witness list by default.
Oh. Okay. Well, good. Then well, shit. I don't have any questions for him. I'll have to think some up. That's all right. That'll work. So even if they
Want to
strike it,
answer
it's
some
fine.
questions that you were looking for from this affidavit?
True. True.
Run it through ChatGPT. See if it can generate some questions based on the affidavit.
I'm pleading the fifth anyway.
I love how. Yes, we think the same. Hold on.
Oh no. Oh, it's not going well.
All right, Ms. Bishop, I have a very important question. What's the deal with the dates?
How the hell is she gonna know? She wasn't there when it was signed.
Blame the notary.
Because I'm looking at this, and I'm guessing that it was not prepared like in January and then in March, which I noticed is an issue on another case. And to be quite honest, I would not, find that to be an issue. But in this case, it seems like the individual signed it after the notarization, which doesn't seem right.
Blame the notary.
Well, Your Honor, all I can do
Yeah.
is chalk that up to the notary. I wasn't there, so I couldn't tell you.
Oh, yeah,
but,
certainly. I'll have some questions for Mr. Murray. Absolutely.
Oh God.
But
Oh, fucking
it has come
hellfire.
to the court's attention that Malachi is actually here, and since he was listed initially as a witness, we would like to actually call him as a witness, and we don't need the affidavit. So if you want to stricken it, we would understand.
Mr. Armstrong, you got any objections to that? It seems to be a sensible approach to me.
I'm sure he will object.
There's no reason to.
Oh no, he's going to object.
No, nothing from us, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
All
I'm
right,
so
great. So
shocked.
here's what we'll do. We'll strike the affidavit. You can call Mr. Trutwine if you'd like to, Miss Bishop.
Well, you know what? Why not? Let's call him as our first witness. You know what? Things take a change, and I like that.
No.
For sure, it's your case.
All right.
I would agree.
Well, if you could swear in the witness, Mr. Trutwine, come on down to the seat is right. Although you can actually stand if you want to.
Hello. Oath.
Let's make sure we're speaking up, everyone, as well.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good. You can step into the box, Mr. Trotline. Excuse me. Getting all my names mixed up today. All right, go ahead, Miss Bishop, as you like.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, welcome, sir. Just for the purpose of the court, would you state your name, rank, and department, please?
I'm Deputy Malachi Trutwine with the Blaine County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So what was your reason for being at the scene of the incident on February 12th?
I believe officers from the Special Weapons and Tactics Unit were conducting a raid in Little Seoul. They had observed some nefarious activity down the road, people going around stabbing each other, pulling guns and stuff. So we went down there as marked assets to, you know, deter that crime and try and figure out what was going on there and stick to individuals.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
There was a large group of about, I'd say, 15 plus people gathering on top of cars. There was lots of blood everywhere, so it seemed like they were up to some sort of mischief. We were just advising them not to be silly, and we were advised that there was somebody there on bail conditions that brandished a firearm, so we dealt with that issue, and that person didn't have a firearm, and that's when an unknown individual got into my colleague's police vehicle and then refused to get out, and that's when it went downhill from there, I guess.
Okay, and after this individual got into the vehicle, what steps were taken to remove him?
My colleague Josh Robertson placed him under arrest because obviously you can't just be getting in a marked police vehicle. You know, it's an operational vehicle. There's weapons in there, and you know you're not in the vehicle without permission. So he was under arrest.
It's the good old days when I could just shoot
There was, I
people
think, to and fro
getting
about
into my
it.
police car.
He refused to get out of the vehicle.
Always have and always will.
So my colleague just drove him to the station.
No.
And that's when he rounded the corner. That's when he turned the corner and I lost sight of him. I followed in my vehicle.
I respect two
and
people.
then my
the law
colleague was
and God.
being held up by that individual with a firearm.
Okay, and once that issue with this unknown subject was dealt with, did anything happen after that?
Yes. I obviously pulled up, got out my car, withdrew my service weapon, and instructed the male to lower his weapon. He did not, so he started shooting at me and the other officers that were there, Kelly Price and Austin Thiemann. We ended up shooting him and putting him down. I was run over by two locals, and then that's when I stood up, turned around, and was blasted with a shotgun. And it was who I believe to be Mr. Hendricks.
Okay, and just for the sake of people here, can you describe the individual that shot you with the shotgun?
Yes, he's a white male.
Ask if she
Don't know his
if
height.
you've seen him before.
He was shirtless, had lots of tattoos on his chest and arms, and he had very distinct blue curtains, bright blue curtains.
Okay.
Oh my
And had you had any interactions with this gentleman prior to this event?
I did. Mr. Hendricks kept on trying to interject during the arrest of that unknown individual, stating that it was unlawful. He claimed to be a lawyer and that we weren't allowed to arrest him, etc., etc. Mr. Hendricks' face wasn't covered. I could see his face the whole time. His hair wasn't covered. He still had his bright blue
curtains.
What are they called? Curtains. And his tattoos were on display.
Okay, and prior to this day, did you have much interaction with this gentleman?
I don't believe I've met him before in my 3.5 years of law enforcement experience. In this
Okay.
state.
Okay, so
oh my God, thank you, Mr. Kansas.
Do you have any kind of vendetta against this man or issues with this man in any way?
No, never met him.
I don't have a vendetta
Okay.
either.
Thank you. One moment.
I charge people when they commit crimes. You just happen to commit a lot of crimes in my prisons.
So after you were shot down, what ended up happening to you?
I was bleeding, scared for my life, thought I was going to die. And that's when my colleague showed up, I believe Captain Karina Thorne, and a couple of detectives rolled up and rendered aid to me. That's when I was told that Hendricks had made off and had actually taken the person we shot down away, put him in the trunk of a vehicle, and allowed him to escape. I was then taken to the hospital and treated for my injury.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this moment, I don't have any more questions.
Wonderful. Any cross-examination for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, Miss Brown. Or, sorry, Miss Montoya.
Here we go.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
This will be fun.
Hello
So,
again.
my apologies.
Hello.
Thank you very much for your time today. I appreciate
Hello.
you have many important duties, so taking part in the court process is very appreciated. I just have a few questions for you.
Stop chatting shit.
Firstly, I just want to check, how are you doing after your injuries? Have you recovered?
so
Are you back in the
thoughtful.
line of duty?
Oh, she
yeah,
doesn't give a
I'm
fuck.
fine.
That's
Not the first
fantastic.
time I was shot.
Well, hopefully it's the
Look,
last
I do
touch
not
wood.
like Miss
I'm really glad to
Montoya
hear
after
you're
that
better.
Rico case, man.
So,
She
into the meat
is
and potatoes.
very. Ooh.
You said just now you've never
can't see
met Mr.
No,
Rowan
no, no, I
Hendricks
wanna hear
before,
them
is that
now.
correct?
I don't believe
Look.
so.
Okay, so how do you know his
She
name?
was arguing literal, like, dictionary terms for the
Oh.
Rico
I was told
definition
by
during
someone.
that case, and she lost.
You were told by someone.
Deserved.
Oh God, it was me. He was
And
told
that
by
would be
me.
after the
I
incident.
have a vendetta.
No, during the incident.
I didn't know you
During
had
the
this
incident.
vendetta, Price. I think we should probably talk
Would
about
that
this
be
once
in
we're
the
done here.
process of you being rendered aid by your colleagues after you had received a shotgun wound?
No, when he was claiming to be a lawyer and interjecting in the lawful arrest of his friend.
I see. So someone else identified him by name.
Yes.
Okay. He didn't identify himself by name.
I literally
No.
took a fucking
He didn't
picture of
provide any
him
kind of identifying documents.
on this thing there without a
No.
fucking mask.
And once you were shut down, you were told, you were taken to hospital, and you said you were told by colleagues that the suspect made off with the man in the car. Is that correct?
I don't remember specifics. I remember being told that the suspect we had shot down was picked up and put in the trunk of a car.
I see.
By
Okay.
Hendricks.
Alright.
I don't know how Hendricks left the scene.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. We'll move on.
He walked
My
away.
next question is just concerning your injuries. Did you sustain any
The
long-term
down
injuries?
suspect was like,
No.
throw it,
That's
hit
full duties
me.
pretty quickly.
He was like,
That is
oh,
good,
mate,
but
I
suffice
can't.
to say, given your spotty memory of the incident,
But then he did.
once you had received that blast, your recollection of events is quite hazy. Wouldn't you agree?
I disagree.
Okay. Well,
that's
let's
fair.
put it another way.
Damn.
You weren't able to recall any specifics other than what you were told by the fellow law enforcement officers once you were down. Is that correct?
Because he didn't see it.
I remember bits of it.
Okay. But you don't remember
I can't
any
wait to be so
specifics as you
evasive.
just testified.
Yes, because it happened nearly over a month ago.
Okay. So it happened a month ago. You received quite a sufficient force enough to knock you out of duty momentarily. And you have only the confirmation that the suspect involved was Rowan Hendricks by a verbal confirmation told to you by other officers on the scene.
No, we have access to what we call a mobile Delta terminal.
Mobile
Uh,
Delta terminal.
In that is a series of mugshots of anybody that's arrested in the state. Believe it or not, there's pictures of Rowan Hendricks with bright blue hair, bright blue curtains, his face, and all his tattoos.
Tattoos.
So,
That's how I know
to
it's him.
clarify, you know it was him because you checked the MDT afterwards.
But yes.
Okay.
part
Despite
why.
the fact that you were never given any identification by him, he was never verbally gave you his name.
He doesn't have to give me his fucking name if I can see his goddamn face.
I don't get it
Nope,
as
that's
well.
it. Thank you very much. I
Like,
appreciate your time.
literally,
All right. I'll be a
perfect
moment
match
just to
from the
confer
month.
with my
You just
colleague,
con-
Your Honor, and
Is
we'll
this,
see if you have any more
this
questions
is
for
why I
this
can't
witness.
stand her.
Certainly, Miss Montoya.
Oh,
Thank you
she's
very
a
much.
bellend.
Nothing at the moment, Your
Just
Honor.
look at the pictures of
motion
him on
to,
scene, and then look at them
actually, it's not our
mugshot
witness,
pictures.
so we
It's
rest.
not your witness, Miss Montoya. This is a redirect if Miss Bishop wants it.
Yes, Your Honor. I would love that. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
All
Hello.
right. So speaking of this MDT that you talked
Slay, Miss
about,
Bishop.
what do you typically use those mugshots photos for? Like, why have them in the first place?
This is a good question.
So we can document individuals in
She
the
ate
state.
that.
So lots of people like to run from us, even when they give ID. So it's a great way to confirm who they are, because people can't really change their appearance other than like their hair color or things like that. But
Mr.
on his
Hendricks
MDT
didn't do any of
profile,
that.
There's a shirtless picture of him, exposing all his tattoos, his
And his
face,
nipples.
and his bright blue curtains.
His bright blue curtains.
Quite distinct hair.
I'm specifically going to
And
mention
speaking
that
of
bit
which,
as well.
Your Honor,
can
I would like to
identify by his nips.
submit Exhibit
Please
C.
don't say that.
There's a couple different ones underneath that category. It's on
You know
line
what?
9.
You
It
do
would be
you,
the
boo-boo.
mugshot photos. So there's a couple different ones.
All right. Any objections from the defense?
No
Oh,
objections
it's
from the
so
defense, Your Honor.
prejudicial.
Exhibit C is introduced in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, just going over the questions he was just asked to see if I need anything else.
What line is Exhibit C?
So is it then abnormal
It's,
for
line
the
9.
police to use those mug shots to identify someone in lieu of
Thank you.
other evidence, let's say fingerprints or anything
Tell me,
like that?
nipples are-
Is that unusual?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. It would be leading if she implied or suggested an answer, Mrs. Montoya. In this case, that's not the case. You can ask the question again, Ms. Bishop.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Is it unusual then to use
Slay.
the mugshot photos as a
Slay.
form of identification in lieu of fingerprints or something like that?
No, it's pretty normal to use mugshots to identify people in the state. It adds into the evidentiary chain and how we can positively identify people other than DNA, fingerprints, and things like
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. The state has no more questions for this witness.
All right. Any recross?
Perfect.
Slay.
Moment, Your Honor.
Of course. Take your
I'm
time.
very just really impressed with my ability to influence others in my vendetta.
Yeah,
I didn't
so
know
your
you were so
vendetta, Kelly.
influential.
I didn't know I
Yeah.
cared about Mr. Hendricks that much. I care about people who commit crimes in front of me.
One moment, Your Honor.
Perhaps
Yes, we do
the
have
frequency he
some
commits
slight
crimes in
recalls.
front of me is his fault.
Of course, by all means.
Again, only me.
I don't
So,
discriminate when people break the law.
just a moment ago, you described
Exactly.
how, in lieu of forensics or other types of identification, you use MDT to match physical descriptions.
Yep.
Okay. In cases such as an attempted murder, is it not pertinent to have more than one method to identify a suspect?
Well, I would say that there's multiple
Uh,
officers
it
that
can be useful, yeah.
saw him
Okay.
do it.
No further questions, Your
Yeah, I think 4
All
people.
right. Thank you very
watching
much, Mr. Trutline.
Unfortunate
You
I
may
didn't
return
get
the
to shoot
gallery,
Mr.
or,
Hendricks,
sorry,
nor was I
have
able
an
to
important
take a
question. Does
photo of
anyone
him
intend to
blasting me.
recall Mr. Trutline?
Not the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor. Further with this
All right.
witness.
Wonderful. Mr. Trutline, you're released from your subpoena. You may stay or go
He
at your
wasn't
leisure.
subpoenaed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wonderful. All right, state. Next witness or piece of evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would like to call Josh Robertson to the stand, please.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Well
Mr.
done.
Robertson is present in
Identify
court, so
by
nice to have
nipple.
him join us. Come on down, Mr. Robertson.
Oh my God, please don't.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
No.
I appreciate it.
Well done,
That was a
Mr.
joke.
True Twine. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was great. That was great, Malachi.
I love his curtains.
Even
And why is Josh so close to the bailiff?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
What was what?
I do.
What was the last
All
question
right, he's
about?
been
That
sworn
didn't
in.
even prove anything.
All right, very good, Mr.
Oh, I
Mr.
think they're
Robertson, you
arguing
may
that just
take
because
a
we
seat or
can identify
stand,
him,
your preference.
we don't have differentiating evidence. Well, I wish I could have took a picture of him. I'm gonna stop carrying a gun. I'm just carrying a bunch of cameras in my pockets.
Go ahead, Miss Bishop.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
Sorry,
just pocket full of fucking cameras.
Just for the purposes of the court, can you state your name, rank, and department, please?
My name is Josh Robertson. I'm now a deputy with the Blaine County Sheriff's Office with 3 years of service combined, both as a sergeant and as a detective.
Thank you. So can you tell the court why you were present at this initial scene?
Absolutely. I was called down to this scene as the Special Weapons and Tactics unit were conducting an operation down in Little Seoul. They believe that there was an altercation going on at some cars further up the road. So myself, I responded alongside then Cadet Trutwine, Sergeant
Oh,
Kelly
yeah,
Krause,
I'm an
and
influencer.
Cadet Austin as well, and we routed to the area.
Okay, thank you. And when you arrived on scene, what did you first notice?
Lots of people, lots of cars, maybe 10 plus cars, 15 people, people on roofs running about, and just a lot of people around there, only 4 of us.
Okay, thank you. And can you describe what happened after that?
So while we were attempting to conduct some inquiries in relation to the reason why we were called down there, an individual that's currently unknown and hasn't yet been identified decided to get into
Put in
the
for a
passenger
DNA
seat of
warrant.
my vehicle.
I don't think it'd be worth it.
And began to attempt to touch different things and sat there. So I asked him to leave, and he continued to refuse to do so.
Okay, and what did you do once you advised him to leave and he refused?
I gave him 3 or 4 lawful orders, asking him to leave and informing him that it was a police vehicle and that he's in there unlawfully. He refused to do so. So I locked my patrol vehicle so that he could not escape and informed him that he was being placed under arrest.
Okay, and after you did that, did this unknown suspect give up, or what did he do?
For the most part, he became quite vocal, is probably the nicest way to put it. He expressed his displeasure with the situation through various different words, which I would not like to repeat in front of the court.
That's okay.
I then proceeded to unlock my vehicle and engage the child locks and informed him that I was taking him to the station for processing.
Okay, and what did he do after you did this?
So we continued northbound up the road and made a right turn onto San Andreas Avenue, at which point he
Oh,
withdrew a
San Andreas.
firearm and held it at my head and instructed me that I better pull over right now or he would kill me.
Okay, and did you comply?
I did, in fear for my life. I parked the vehicle at the side of the road, placed the vehicle into park, got out of the vehicle before withdrawing my own service firearm and discharging it.
Okay, and so after you discharged your weapon, what did you do?
I continued to discharge my weapon until the suspect was no longer a threat, as other officers that were just down the road came to my aid. We were in a convoy, they were slightly behind, and I subdued the threat. I held him at gunpoint to make sure there were no sudden moves until we could place him in handcuffs, at which point I was blasted by a shotgun.
Okay, and did you see the individual that shot you with the shotgun?
I did. It was, I can confirm it was Rowan Hendricks.
Okay. And had you had any, sorry, I'm trying to, had you had any experience with Mr. Hendricks prior to this event?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And how was he identified initially?
He was identified by name on scene initially, and then once we got back to the station, well, actually, while we were at the hospital, just after being treated, we reviewed the mugshots, and with the matching tattoos, the very brightly coloured ones, the nipples, the hair, everything like that. There was another mugshot in there as well with blue hair, which is, again, the hairstyle that he was rocking that day. His eyes, it all matched the suspect that was seen brandishing a Class 2 weapon and discharging it at me.
Okay. And did you see what happened after he shot you?
I did. It happened right in front of me. He ran over to the suspect with the shotgun on his back. He then picked up the suspect and continued trying to run away from the arriving backup officers that also then routed to the scene. Before picking up the individual, placing them into a vehicle and fleeing.
Okay. And other than yourself, were any other officers shot at this point or at any time after?
At this point, myself, Sergeant Price, then Cadet, now Deputy Tripwine, and then Cadet and now Deputy Thiemann, we were also shot with the shotgun.
Okay. Now, given your profession, would you consider a shotgun a lethal weapon?
Absolutely. There is no doubt in my mind at all.
Okay. So was this individual apprehended at all during the scene?
On the
I'm gonna do
scene,
it.
no. He got into a vehicle and fled with the original suspect that I was attempting to book that was in my patrol vehicle at the time.
Okay. And did you see him any time after that?
Not until he made a 311 call asking to come to Vinewood PD, at which point we arrested him.
Okay. And once he was arrested, was any evidence collected from him?
From him, not that I recall, I personally didn't take any evidence from him. He didn't have any weapons when he turned up to the station. I know that Sergeant Price tested him for gunshot residue, which came back as a high intensity, which would indicate very recently discharging a firearm.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. He just personally attested that he did not collect any of the evidence, so any evidence collection done by other officers would be hearsay, and they would need to attest to it themselves.
Ms. Bishop?
I don't object to that, sir.
All right, the objection is sustained. Going,
You
Mr.
just need to
Tripwine.
ask me about it.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate your assistance. I don't have any more questions at this moment.
All right, any cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
All right. Hello, is it now Deputy Robertson?
It is. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Robertson. Once again, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your patience in these matters. I just have a few questions for you based on the testimony you've just given. First of all, just to confirm, you had no prior experiences with the defendant known as Rowan Hendricks before this incident, correct?
Not to the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you very much. And you said that you were blasted by a shotgun, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In which side of your body?
It was to the right side of my body.
To the right side of your body, okay. And which position were you in when you received the shotgun blast?
I was standing up.
You were standing up. And was your attention on the suspect you had just subdued?
My attention was on the suspect that I had just subdued and my surroundings to make sure there were no additional threats.
Okay. So, your attention is on the subject you just subdued, trying to be aware of your surroundings, and you receive a sudden shotgun blast to the side, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How did you see the defendant, allegedly?
Not this.
My eyes.
I'm not sure how you want me to answer that question. My eyes.
Okay. So happen to be focusing on both the suspect that's right in front of you and then all of your surroundings. Do you happen to have eyes in the back of your head?
Not
No,
this.
but when I get shot from my right hand
Okay.
side, I look at where the threat comes from, which
But
was
you
my
said
right
you
hand
attested
side.
that you received one shotgun blast and then went down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my question for you then is, how are you looking around when you have, I can only imagine, 12 gauge buckshot scattered all throughout your sight?
Because it was to my torso, not my head or neck.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna call a sidebar. Counsel, let's go.
That stain here is.
This is why I can't stand Kathleen Montoya. She literally argues the dumbest shit.
Yeah. She's
You're not wrong.
Just trying to prove her worth, I guess. Is she a lawyer or a PDO?
She's I think she's the state public attorney.
Yeah, she's assistant to state or like state attorney. She's high up there. She's command in PDO.
Oh God.
All right, let's get back to it. Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Robertson. Miss Montoya is going to pick back up.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we will move along, Mr. Robertson. So I will just double check my notes here just to make sure that I'm asking all the right questions and not any of the wrong ones.
So how did you see that?
So-
You have eyes on the back of your head.
You didn't personally collect any evidence, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And when Mr. Hendricks made a 311 to come and collect, I assume, was it inquiring about a firearms license?
I believe it was, yes.
I see. Who effected the arrest?
I placed Mr. Hendricks in handcuffs.
I see. And was it under directive of your own initiative or that of another officer?
It was my own initiative based on the information that was available to me.
Okay. And you coordinated the arrest with Deputy Thierman, is that correct?
Correct, and Sergeant Price.
And Sergeant Price. Okie doke.
Oh, I'm such an
Alrighty.
influencer.
Give me one moment. I'm just going to confer with my co-counsel, Your Honor, just to see if we have any more questions for this witness.
Oh, it's Mr. McAllister. Can't believe I influenced so many people. Just come up and perjure themselves. It's crazy.
I didn't know you were so influential, Kelly. Like, honestly, I didn't know you compelled me to, like, I don't know,
listen,
arrive on scene and
I am
everything.
Officer of the Year. I am very influential. And all these people, these poor impressionable deputies. My Capitan. Crazy.
I didn't know you were.
No further
I
questions for
convinced
this
a whole
witness,
ass detective to write a warrant for Mr.
Very
Hendricks.
good. Any redirect from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Does anyone intend to recall Mr. Robertson?
The state does not, Your Honor.
As does the defense, Your Honor.
Very good, Mr. Robertson. You're released from your subpoena. You may stay or leave, as is your preference.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Of course. Thank you for your presence in court today.
God, I
State,
think
next
it's my
witness
turn.
piece of evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, the state would like to call Kelly Price to the stand, please.
You got this, Sergeant.
I definitely do. I'm just going to influence him to rule in my direction.
Go get him.
Would you like an oath or affirmation?
Oh, give me information.
All right. Do you solemnly affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
She's sworn in.
All right, very good. Miss Price, so nice to have you in court today.
Oh,
It's
thank
always a
you.
pleasure. You seem to be a, frequent flyer. Perhaps we should get you a punch card. Miss Bishop, feel free to start whenever you like.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it. Can you please, just for the sake of the court, state your name, rank, and department?
Sergeant Kelly Price, Los Santos Police Department.
Thank you very much. So what brought you to the scene of the incident?
I was responding to a request for additional units in the area of Little Seoul. The Special Weapons and Tactics Unit had been doing some work in the area, and they had called out an individual, Harvey Taylor Morey, who was on bail. They had observed him brandishing a firearm, so we were there to investigate that.
Okay, and when you arrived, what did you first notice?
There were a lot of individuals present on the scene. I didn't count them. It was more than 10. A lot of vehicles parked illegally on the sidewalks. I did see Mr. Harvey Taylor Morey. He was not compliant initially with officers attempting to conduct a frisk and conduct our investigation for reports of the weapon.
Okay, thank you. So after you arrived and you saw this individual, what did you do?
Well, I was mostly focused on Mr. Harvey Taylor Morey at first. He did eventually comply after, he went over to some people, presumably getting rid of some evidence, but that's neither here nor there. After he complied, we were still on scene. An individual had entered Mr. Robertson's vehicle without permission. It is a marked police vehicle. He became locked inside of the vehicle by Mr. Robertson. He kind of argued back and forth. He was informed at that time that he was going to be placed under arrest. He disagreed, and then Mr. Hendricks came over and kind of decided to represent him, asserting that he was an attorney, although he did not provide a bar card upon request.
Okay, and did you know Mr. Hendricks prior to this event?
I had been familiar with him. I also took some pictures of him on that scene as he was approaching the car. I informed him that he was obstructing justice at that point in time, on the count of we were attempting to arrest the unidentified individual that was in the police vehicle.
Okay, so I would like to submit, speaking of the photos that she took, it would be Exhibit A, line 9. It's the photos that she's talking about that she took of the suspect in the vehicle and Mr. Hendricks approaching the vehicle.
Any objections from the defense?
Only a slight clerical.
They're going to say
Your
that
Honor.
it's
We were just,
prejudicial.
Official notice given to the labeling of the on-scene photos.
Notice
They are
is taken,
described
and the
as-
court will consider the evidence as it's presented rather than the labels.
Understood, Your Honor. In that case, no objections.
Exhibit A is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so after Mr. Hendricks walked up to this individual, what happened next?
There was some back and forth. The individual declined to be under arrest multiple times. We were trying to figure out the best and safest way to extract him from the vehicle, to place him into handcuffs. Mr. Hendricks was on scene. He was trying to open the door. He suggested multiple times trying to pull him out the window. I believe he asserted that the individual in the vehicle was too fat to fit out the window.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I mean, it's
Anything from the
literally
state?
what I heard.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Objection sustained, Ms. Price. I'd
That
like
was
you
a
to
stupid
testify
objection.
just about, what you personally heard.
That would be what I heard.
Yeah, that is what she said.
Oh, sorry. What I mean is testimony about you hearing someone else say they heard someone else say something. That's like too far removed. Does that make sense?
No, Your Honor. She said she heard him say this. She heard Hendricks say that he was too fat to fit through the window.
Oh, I see. I think there may have been a misunderstanding by everyone. That's fine. That'll stand.
Okay. Sorry about that. You can continue. Okay,
Sorry,
so
one more note. Mr. Armstrong, for your benefit, that's an admission by a party, and otherwise about a party opponent, so it's going to be a hearsay exception. Keep going, Ms. Price.
So after his failed attempt to pull him from the vehicle, what happened next?
We did continue to advise Mr. Hendricks to step away from the vehicle. He did eventually comply. We decided to surround the vehicle. We had our tasers ready. We unlocked the vehicle. We expected him to exit the vehicle, which he did not. At that point in time, Mr. Robertson entered the vehicle with the suspect in the front of the car, put on the child locks to move further away. There was, like I said, a lot of people there, so we were kind of worried how it was going to go. And they left the scene We all entered our vehicles and left behind him.
Okay. And once he had left the scene, did he do anything after that?
We were the last ones to leave the scene when we made our turn onto San Andreas Avenue. I believe in my report I may have mislabeled the street name as Vespucci. But when we made our turn onto San Andreas Avenue, there was a shootout in progress with the unidentified suspect focusing on Mr. Robertson. I got out of the car immediately. My cadet, Austin Theoman, stayed in the vehicle initially. Eventually did get out. I started focusing my fire on the suspect, the unidentified suspect that had been inside of the vehicle that was shooting at Robertson. That suspect did get shot down. A black in color vehicle also arrived on the scene and began opening fire on officers. I was shooting at that car, and then Mr. Rowan Hendricks also arrived on scene and was blasting with a shotgun.
Okay. And just to clarify, in the state of San Andreas, are shotguns legal?
They can be legal if you possess a valid firearms license
And
or
did
a shotgun license.
Okay. And did Mr. Hendricks possess one of those?
He did not possess a valid weapons license of any sort.
Okay. So after you were shot, can you recall what happened after that?
I was laying on the ground right next to where the black car pulled up. I could see Mr. Hendricks on scene there. He took the suspect and put him in the trunk of the car.
All right. So after the incident, what happened to you?
I was taken to the hospital and treated at the hospital, subsequently released.
Okay. And so after this incident, did you see Mr. Hendricks again?
Yes. We have received a 311 from Mr. Rowan Hendricks indicating that he was at VPD and he was looking to have his firearms license reinstated. As he had been crime-free for quite some time.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
I reached out to Mr. Robertson, as well as my cadet. As I identified him on the scene, I knew that he had been involved in that shooting incident. He had blasted with a shotgun there. We kind of coordinated to approach Mr. Hendricks in the lobby and to detain him.
Okay, and after you detained him, what did you do?
I ran a GSR test on his hands, which returned high intensity for GSR, and then he was placed in handcuffs and searched subsequent to the arrest.
Okay, and at this moment, the state would like to submit the GSR test results, Exhibit B, in line 9 as well.
Any objections from the defense?
One moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
No objections from the defense.
So admitted.
Okay. And other than the GSR test, did you collect anything else from Mr. Hendricks?
I did. He actually had an identification on his person that returned to an individual named Levi East that was secured into evidence. He did not have any firearms on his person at the time of the arrest, although he stated he would not have firearms because he didn't have a weapons license.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't have any further questions for Kelly.
Oh, here we go. All about my vendetta.
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Sergeant Price. I just have a few questions for you, and in general, these are going to be questions that can call for a yes or a no answer. So if you are unable to answer in that form, please let me know, and I will rephrase the question, okay?
Perfect.
Is that a yes to my question?
Oh, yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear. So, Sergeant Price, you are very familiar with the defendant, Mr. Hendricks, aren't you?
Yes, I've arrested him a time or two.
Well, not only that, isn't isn't it true that before the events of the 12th, you have prosecuted Mr. Hendricks?
Yes, I did on behalf of the state who were in short supply of prosecutors, yes.
So that's a yes to my question?
Yes.
And this is because you are a card-carrying member of the San Andreas Bar Association. You can be an ad hoc prosecutor in those cases, correct?
Yes, I have taken prosecutional authority before, yes.
And is it true in those prior proceedings, Sergeant Price, that you referred to Mr. Hendricks as a monster?
I don't recall.
So it's your testimony today in open court that you did not refer to Mr. Hendricks as a monster?
I believe my response was I do not recall.
Did you refer to Mr. Hendricks as being frugal?
Yes, I did do that. I recall that one, yes.
So you recall that you referred to him as frugal, but don't recall that you referred to him as a monster?
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the events of February 12th in your statements in this case. Sergeant Price, you filed a statement in the arrest report or the charging documents, correct?
Yes, I did write a statement.
And the filing of these types of statements is a regular part of your duties as an officer, right?
Yes, it is my job as an officer to write reports.
Is it common for just one officer to submit a statement in a report when there's an alleged 8 that witnessed it?
Every situation is different.
Okay. Sergeant Price, would you agree with me that our recollection of events fade as time goes on?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the 12th itself. You said upon direct examination to Ms. Bishop's question, you responded to a call about someone with a firearm in Little Seoul, right?
That is correct.
And after you arrived, there was an individual with a gun that was someone believed to be named Harvey, correct?
Harvey Maury Taylor, yes.
Correct. This wasn't Rowan Hendricks, was it?
No.
And you described the scene in direct in Little Seoul as having a large crowd, correct?
That is correct.
How many people would you classify, Sergeant Price, to be a large crowd?
More than 10.
More than 10, okay. And is it safe to say that in this large crowd, people weren't standing still?
Most of them were sitting on rooftops of vehicles. A lot of them were just standing around, maybe making small movements. Most of the people moving around was Mr. Harvey Maury Taylor and Mr. Rowan Hendricks.
Thank you, Sergeant Price. But directing you back to the actual question I asked you, people were moving around at the scene in Little Seoul, correct?
Not a lot. No, not really.
So no one was moving around. That's your testimony?
No, I said some people were, and I believe I named those individuals.
Okay.
If you're asking me if they were frozen,
I want to
no.
talk to you about your identification of Mr. Hendricks. You had stated that Mr. Hendricks was identifiable because he wasn't wearing a shirt, correct?
He also was not wearing a mask. He also had very distinctive blue hair.
Thank you, Sergeant Price. But directing you back to my question, you said that he wasn't easily identifiable because he wasn't wearing a shirt, correct?
He was easily identifiable for those reasons.
Okay. And Sergeant Price, have you ever seen another man outside of Mr. Hendricks with his shirt off?
I believe that's kind of a personal question, but yes.
Miss Bishop, do you mind keeping your voice down while you're not presenting?
Didn't know I said anything.
I believe we can all hear you taking notes. It's the most polite way I can put it. Go ahead, Mr. Armstrong. You can ask that again.
And Sergeant Price, let me just clarify. This is in a professional sense. Have you ever identified an individual as part of your professional capacity with their shirt off before?
Yes, I use all sorts of information to identify people.
Correct. Isn't it quite common in a coastal state like San Andreas for men to be shirtless?
I mean, I guess it could be.
So surely Mr. Hendricks isn't the only person in San Andreas with the capacity to take their shirt off, correct?
Well, I guess not.
Okay. Let's talk about the sequence of events in this case. You describe a very complex sequence of events, first starting at Little Seoul, and then you, in your statement, you mentioned Vespucci Boulevard, but you clarified in indirect that that was actually San Andreas, correct?
Yes.
And this was a scene that moved around the corner from Little Seoul.
It's correct. They moved northbound up the road, and then we took a ride onto San Andreas.
Correct. And during this incident, you claimed that a suspect pulled a gun on an officer, exited a vehicle, and then began firing. Is that correct?
I did not. I said when I arrived to the scene, there was the suspect shooting at the officer, and then I exited and opened fire on the shooting suspect.
So I just want to clarify. You moved around the corner, and there was a gunfight with that suspect, correct?
Yes.
You then said that officers returned fire, which created the gunfight. There was officers engaging this suspect. Isn't that correct?
That's typically what we do when a suspect shoots at officers. We return fire.
Thank you, Sergeant Price. And I'll remind you, Ms. Bishop can ask you all the questions to clarify and redirect, but for the purposes of my cross-examination, I'm asking a very specific question that officers returned fire, which created the gunfight on San Andreas Avenue. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct.
House of events, a black sports vehicle or a sports car, as you described, arrived, and those occupants began firing at officers as well, correct?
One individual, yes.
And that's in the black sports car?
That is correct.
And it's at this moment in the sequence of events that you claim to see Mr. Hendricks. Isn't that correct?
Yes, you were shortly thereafter.
So before you claimed to see Mr. Hendricks, there was already multiple shooters, the suspect that you identified, and then individuals in a black sports car pulling up and shooting at police. Isn't that correct?
The initial suspect was already shot down. The black sports car had started moving westbound on San Andreas Avenue when Mr. Hendricks arrived and started shooting with his shotgun.
What was the duration from the suspect going down, the first suspect, to when you claimed to have identified the defendant, Mr. Hendricks?
It was about 15, 20 seconds.
So in 15 seconds, you have three individuals that you claimed, the black car, the original suspect, and now you've claimed to see Mr. Hendricks. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Mr. Hendricks was very easily identifiable.
Sergeant Price, during this actual gunfight, you were shot. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And you claim that this person, the defendant in this case, shot down 4 officers with a shotgun, right?
Yes.
Were you the first officer shot or the last?
I was the third.
So it's your testimony that you were engaging in gunfire, were the third or near the back of the officers that were shot. So you were maintaining focus on identifying the shooter, and then you've notified or you noticed that your other officers were shot as well. Is that your testimony?
I don't understand your question.
Let me rephrase my question. You were maintaining focus on the individuals firing at you from the black car, correct?
At that point in time, I had heard the shotgun going off, and I turned to focus on the shotgun shooter.
And this is while the black sports car is still shooting at you?
The black sports car was leaving the area, traveling westbound on San Andreas.
And what was the duration before that, or between when the black sports car pulled away and when you claimed Mr. Hendricks was on site?
I couldn't recall a specific time, somewhere between, I guess, 10, 15 seconds, give or take.
Okay. And at this point, you were shot down, correct?
I did get shot down shortly after the second officer went down.
And were you receiving medical attention during any portion of this time?
After the suspects left the scene, I received medical attention.
Have you received training at all, Sergeant Price, in your work as a supervisor on how trauma affects perception?
Specific training on how trauma affects perception?
Correct.
No.
Okay.
Are you going
Now,
to
I'd like
testify
talk
about
to
it?
you a little bit about the actual apprehension of Mr. Hendricks. You stated that right after you were released from medical care, you noticed a non-emergency or 311 inquiry from Mr. Hendricks. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Now, just trying to provide clarity today, how long after you received medical care did you receive the 311?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Can you ballpark it? What, are we talking about an hour? Are we talking about 1 minute?
It was several minutes after.
Several minutes. Okay. And as it relates to this 311, Mr. Hendricks voluntarily walked into the Vinewood Police Department. Is that correct?
I would assume so, yes.
And he came to request a firearms license stating he'd been crime-free.
That's correct.
So is your testimony today, Sergeant Price, that Mr. Hendricks shot down 4 officers, unmasked?
I didn't say it was smart.
Fully identifiable for you, and then walked into a police department to inquire about a gun license. That's what your testimony today?
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Wouldn't it be extraordinarily strange for someone to shoot down 4 officers and then walk into a police department for normal administrative business?
I don't know that I could speak to the state of mind of Mr. Hendricks.
I'm not asking you to speak to the state of mind of Mr. Hendricks. My question is, based off of your assertion, wouldn't that be a very strange thing to do?
I'm going to be honest with you, in the state of San Andreas, not really.
Okay. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about your communication with other officers, Sergeant Price. Before writing your statement, did you discuss the events with other officers?
On scene, yes.
Which officers did you speak with?
We were all together debating on how to get the suspect out of the car.
Okay. Did you speak with officers or Officer Robertson, Deputy Robertson?
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm going to object. A lot of his questions are very much out of scope. I never asked any of these questions to her, and he is cross-examining her, so...
I'm gonna agree with the scope. Mr. Armstrong, if you would like to directly examine Miss Price during the defense's case in chief, you're welcome to do so.
Way to go, Celeste.
Yes, Your Honor. One moment. Sergeant Price, were you the training supervisor with anyone that you were riding around with on February 12th?
Yes.
And who would that have been? Who were you training?
Austin Theoman.
In the actual arrest of Mr. Hendricks, you claim you coordinated that arrest, correct?
We coordinated to ensure that he would remain inside of VPD, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Miss Bishop, do you have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor. Can you just give me 1 second, sir? My mind has to process a lot of those questions that he
certainly,
asked.
certainly.
Would your opinions of Mr. Hendricks change the fact of whether he did or did not shoot you with a shotgun?
No.
When you were shot, did it appear that he was aiming at anyone else?
He was aiming at the law enforcement officers.
Okay. And in the state of San Andreas, is it considered self-defense in any way if you are, quote-unquote, defending yourself against officers?
No, I don't believe you can claim self-defense for shooting officers.
Okay. 1 second, sorry.
Well, there's a whole lot to the Self-Defense Act. But, no, in that situation, he was not defending himself.
Given the amount of people that were at the initial scene, do you feel that your observations were obstructed in any way?
Mr. Hendricks was really easy to see because he had stepped forward from the group and had approached the vehicle. I took photos of him on the scene doing so, as well as the suspect in the car.
Okay.
I couldn't say for sure when I looked him up in the MDT.
Sorry, just one more second. Would you say that your feelings towards Mr. Hendricks altered how you handled this case in any way?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any
I do
feelings
not have any
towards
further
Mr.
questions.
Hendricks.
Any recross from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few brief questions.
Sure.
All right, good evening, Sergeant Price.
Good evening, ma'am.
Just a few quick questions in regards to the direct, the cross, the recross, all that good stuff. So, you testified just a moment ago in redirect that you took several pictures of the defendant, which you believe to be, or I should say the suspect, which you believe to be the defendant, Rowan Hendricks, at the first scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You did not gather any evidence that would place Mr. Hendricks at the scene of the shootout, correct?
I would love to have been able to take a picture of him shooting me, but I did not.
So that is a no, you did not gather any evidence of putting him at the scene of the second shootout?
Other than seeing him with my eyes, no.
So there's no physical evidence placing him at the scene of the second shootout? Just a yes or no.
That's what I just said, no.
Okay, I just would like it for official court records, so thank you very much.
It's noted for the record, Miss Montoya. Thank you. All right. Is that the last of the recross?
Yep, I think that's it for defense, Your Honor.
State, do you intend to recall Miss Price?
It is possible as of right now. I would like to keep her as a witness if possible.
All right, in the defense?
As would the defense, Your Honor.
Very good, Miss Price. You remain under subpoena, but you can return to the gallery.
Wonderful. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you. All right, Miss Bishop, who's next?
Okay, so the state would like to call Karina Thorne to the stand, please.
Certainly, Miss Thorne, please come on down.
Yeah, bro.
Go get him, Captain.
Go get him, El Capitan.
So influential.
An affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm so.
She has been sworn in.
Well, thank you so much, Bailiff. Thank you, Miss Thorne. Go ahead, Miss Bishop.
Thank you very much. All right. For the purposes of the court, will you go ahead and state your name, rank, and department?
Oh, this chair, it looks very uncomfortable. I can't sit in it.
You can stand. That's perfectly fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am Captain Karina Thorne with the Los Santos Police Department.
With such conviction. I love
Thank you very much. So what brought you to the incident initially?
Initially, I was chasing a speeding vehicle with my passenger at the time, Senior Officer Cassandra Mitchell. What brought us to the scene was an officer hostile panic button, and we responded to that panic button.
Okay, and once you arrived, what did you observe?
When I arrived on scene, I saw a shirtless man with blue hair, blue medical gloves, no mask on scene with a shotgun in hand standing over a downed officer's body. I can't recall which officer it was, but it was a deputy. I witnessed a total of four officers down on scene with one incapacitated individual and the shirtless man on scene.
Okay. And once you saw these gentlemen, did you do anything?
Yes, I approached the scene closer, and when I approached closer, the shirtless man on scene with blue hair slung the shotgun on their back. I gave 2 orders for them to put the gun down, and yeah, that is what I further observed.
Okay. And once you gave that order, what did they do?
They did proceed to have no weapons in hand, and then they proceeded to put an individual into a black and colored 2-door sports vehicle.
Okay. And once the individual was inside the vehicle, what did they do next?
They proceeded to run westbound towards Palomino Avenue, and I lost visual of them because I decided to prioritize the officer lives rather than pursuing a suspect while officers are potentially bleeding out.
Okay. And while you were there, what did you do for the officers?
I proceeded to organize a triage at a parking lot off of Ginger Street and San Andreas Avenue, and proceed to give officers medical with the other officers that responded on scene.
Okay. And once the officers were taken care of, what did you do?
I transported them to Pillbox Medical Center.
Okay. Did you end up going back to the scene at any time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was the reason for that?
I went to evidence collect.
Okay, perfect. At this time, and I apologize, there's a couple different ones. We have said evidence that was collected. We have exhibits F, so everything that would be under there.
Well, let's start with the line number and the exhibit of each
9.
exhibit one at a time. Line 9,
Yeah.
Exhibit F. Any objection from the defense?
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, the defense has a clarifying question. There's 2 exhibit Fs.
Yeah, it would be everything underneath there. Sorry.
I'm sorry. There's 2 blocks of exhibit Fs. There's forensic reports, San Andreas Ave, eastbound lanes, and then on-scene photos, also labeled exhibit F 1 through 6.
There sure are. Miss Bishop,
Oh.
would you like to clarify?
Yes, it would actually be both of them because they're both sets of evidence. Sorry, I didn't realize I did that.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna call them the forensic Fs and the photo Fs, and that's how we'll organize it. Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Montoya, do you have any objection to either set of Exhibit F?
If we could just have a few minutes, Your Honor, to review, our minds need to
of course,
process this.
A lot of paperwork.
Did they not look at the evidence before?
I have a clarifying question for the state. The forensic reports all seem to link to the same
That's
reports.
gonna be our exact question, Your Honor. 1 through 6 on everything.
Could you explain, Miss Bishop?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I am tapping on the links for each report, and they just open the same one each time.
That's not
odd
correct.
because the numbers are not the same. That would be a question for Miss Thorne because she's the one that collected the evidence.
No, Miss Bishop, it's not about how the evidence got collected. It's about how you put it on the docket, I believe. So here's what we're going to do. This is going to be terribly cumbersome, but it will work. Ms. Montoya, Mr. Armstrong, if you would kindly take the, actual text of the link and then open that in a new tab and then go to it. God willing, it will load properly.
When I click on them, it does not do that. They are all different. So I don't know why that's doing that for you.
They are the same, Miss Bishop. I assure you.
But she's telling him something. This guy's a knob. Not like him.
We would also agree they're the same for the defense.
They're literally different.
Could you try the aforementioned method and let me know if that works, because they seem to be different in that case.
I don't know why they're doing that. Those are evidence reports that I submitted. I believe in the evidence.
I will further advise the state, just for your benefit, when copying, or well, when drafting dockets in the future, it's best not to copy and paste on the actual, submission portal. It's best to, perhaps write it elsewhere.
Yeah, 100%.
Perhaps on a notepad, and then submit it, and it will probably avoid this issue going forward. Just so you know.
Okay, yeah, and I apologize. I checked it when I submitted it, and like
it's
I
all
said,
right. It's all right.
Yeah,
Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Montoya, got any objections at this point?
Your Honor, the defense would object based off of those grounds. The fact that wasn't in any of the material that we reviewed, that wasn't amongst any of our understanding of what the state's
present. It's a technical issue, Mr. Armstrong. If we need a recess for you to take like 5 minutes to go over these, that's fine. If you need a recess before your case in chief, that's fine. But at this point, because they're accessible, even if through a technicality, I'm keen to admit them and proceed, unless you have another objection.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, the defense understands that this is a technicality issue. This technicality issue is quite a burdensome prejudice against the defense, in that we took the exhibits as yourself did initially, and of course, the state did on the docket as they were presented, and that is through which we have reviewed them as evidence in our, obviously, preparation. A brief recess of 5 minutes to review 6 pages of new evidence is quite cumbersome.
Your Honor,
how much
furthermore,
time would you need?
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yeah, certainly.
Is there any other exhibits? Because there's quite a bunch of exhibits. Just looking through some of this looks like this is going to reoccur in a few other instances.
Most of them seem to be good. It looks like the forensic photos, the forensic reports from Exhibit F have this problem. Exhibit G has this problem. Exhibit H has this problem. The on-scene photos do not have this problem. The next H does not have this problem. Next I does not have this problem. J does have this problem. K does have this problem. L also has this problem. Some of them do, some of them don't.
They're literally individual links. Just open them up.
Yeah,
Your Honor, and also, I wanted to add something when they're finished, if you'll let me.
Go ahead, Miss Bishop, and then we'll get to you, Miss Thorne. I see you have up. Thank you for being patient.
Considering the defense had plenty of time to look at this evidence, if this was something they had noticed, they could have made it apparent and could have objected to it prior to right now. And as I said initially, I have no issue. It is not on my end.
Yeah, I know,
so
I know, Miss Bishop.
Yeah.
It's well taken. I will say that everyone who submits evidence to the court has a duty to ensure that the way that it is reviewed by the public, by the judge, and by opposing parties is the way that it is intended. So I hope you'll take that into consideration.
Well, exactly, and that's why I'm saying.
I know. I'm sympathetic to your position as well. I get it. They did have plenty of time. Miss Thorne, what would you like to say?
May I also like to state, I do not use Gyaza links. Those things are way too long, okay? And,
yeah, some of the Kappa ones have the same problem, unfortunately. I think it was the way that it was submitted as opposed to the provider. But I do agree with you. I prefer Kappa.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow, okay,
Kappa's
whatever.
really nice.
I'm gonna always use
All right. Mr. Armstrong, Miss Montoya, how much time would you want?
1 moment, Your Honor.
Yep, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Whatever.
Feel free to consult, yes.
I don't know what to tell you.
Your Honor, the defense would need 15 minutes, just given the volume of.
Is that 1-5, Mr. Armstrong?
Correct, 1-5.
15-minute recess.
To be honest with you, they're really not that important. His DNA isn't there because we didn't shoot him. All that's there is some shotgun casings.
Can I move from here, or do I just stand here?
Ms. Thorne, feel free to step down. So sorry, court's in recess. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Sorry.
Right.
Hello.
Don't hate on my Gizzo links.
Yeah.
No, she threw me under the fucking bus. I didn't fucking do that shit.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't know. Like I said, in my eyes, it's perfect. And because they said nothing to me, I had no way of knowing. No one said anything to me.
It's fine. It's just you tried stating that I was the one that submitted it. I didn't even take those pictures.
I literally. Well, it's your name's on there. That's why.
Yeah,
In fact, I think it's listed as.
I put the
so.
forensics reports in the locker. However, I wasn't
Gotcha.
the one that took pictures of the forensics report.
Gotcha.
That would be me.
Yes, that would be Sergeant Price.
I influenced her to.
It's just I don't use fucking Giazzo links.
Shut up! Don't hate on my Gizzo.
I will fucking hate on your Giazzo links, Kelly.
Yeah. No, it's fine. And I think sometimes too, because you guys usually put who submits it, the evidence.
Come on, let's go outside.
If you put
Yeah,
actually,
well, I'll catch you outside, Sergeant Price.
Oh my God.
I want to bet on that one if possible.
I'm putting that up there.
But no, like
Oh, so
you
I
know,
could take
sometimes
her.
it's hard because like
She's
if you're
little.
the one in charge of posting all the evidence, then your name's what I see,
Oh.
so I just assumed. But
No, it's okay.
I
It's
didn't know.
okay.
I
I
apologize.
testified to that as well. The fact that I did indeed, put
Take
it
a
in the locker
picture of
by
everything.
identity pictures.
I don't know what the argument is. Like, I literally took a picture of them on the
I
scene.
asked about the evidence in the first place, so I want to submit everything else and get that out of the
Wow.
way. And now that this has been understood, hopefully that will, if they're going to object, hopefully they will come up with their objection now.
Malachi,
and
what are you
figure it out.
doing?
My goodness.
Nothing.
Being incredibly unprofessional in court. Oh,
Looks
oh my
sus,
God.
just saying.
What am I watching?
And I apologize, Kelly. I'm sure you want it would be anywhere else, but sometimes I will release a witness, and especially an important witness, and then defense will bring something up that I can no longer clarify with that witness. So just on the safe side, I wanted to ensure that I had you here just in case, because I've had that happen to me a couple times.
I'm gonna take a high 4K photo every time someone shoots a gun at me.
Oh yeah, take it while they're shooting, after they shoot.
Yeah, that's my plan. I'm no longer carrying a service weapon,
I'm gonna
by
ask
the
the
way.
chief if we can get GoPros on our guns.
Well, if I could just get a camera on my gun, that would be great. But I'm not gonna carry a gun anymore.
Literally, they want us to be an episode of
I'm
Cops.
I'm just bringing a camera.
Like every time you.
Somebody's
fire a bullet,
shooting at
it
me.
just takes the
Sir,
camera.
stop shooting me, please. That hurts. This is a lawful order. Stop shooting me.
Perfect.
But I'm gonna need that secondary officer to have a another angle, so it will show that bullets are impacting me instead of going past me.
Yeah.
So
they can say, yeah, that was the exact gun that shot you, and not some rando hiding in a bush somewhere that did it.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, the problem is for them especially. I mean, photo identifying is accessible. It's
Also, hi,
it's
Nadia.
admissible,
Hi,
right?
Merlin. Hi, Roy.
So you
Hi.
you do it all the time, right? That's why you take the mugshots in the first place, so you can identify people. The photos on scene show that they match exactly those mugshots, and the fact that they were submitted without objection. They're grasping for straws at this point. They want to find every technical detail that they can. Thankfully, the judge is kind of seeing past that. But now I know.
I don't even. I'm gonna be honest with you. The forensic reports ain't even that important. We didn't get to shoot him. He blasted shotgun.
True, but just in case I don't know, they could come up with anything. So at least we can have say, well, they were shot because there's their blood. They, the bullets are there, so there was a shooting. I don't know, whatever bullshit excuse they could come up with. It's good to have it and not need it than to, not have it and need it. So, but you're right. If he decides not to accept it, it's not any skin off our backs. But I just like to have it, And
You
thankfully,
got this, Miss Bishop. I believe in you.
I believe in me too. Sometimes. No, I appreciate you all for showing up. Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah, of
it.
course. I will
Especially-
always show up for these things for my people and everything. Okay, because
Yeah.
it's important to seek justice in the state of San Andreas.
I agree. Plus, it's nice, they're trying to paint the picture of Ms. Price having some kind of vendetta. So I'm trying to paint the thing that she is professional enough that even if that were the case, she would not let that judge her. And the fact that I have 3 other witnesses who have no vendetta against this, quote unquote vendetta, You know,
the
They
defense
asked
is whack.
me. Look,
See,
if
I'm
they ask
supportive. I
me
moved
that
on
if
this
I've
side,
ever
so
run
she
into
can be
them, I'm
close to her.
literally gonna pull the I talk to a lot of people every day. It's hard for me to recall.
That's what
Come
brothers do, you know.
Yeah.
He wanted to come up. He just did.
I mean, if Mr. Hendricks stopped being involved in so many officer-involved shootings that I happen to be involved in, I don't know what to tell you.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go talk to.
I wasn't
and
even
then-
involved in the one that I prosecuted.
Well, and then in my closing statement, I will mention the arrest warrant. You know,
I may
because
have
they talk about how he's not a violent person. I said, well, you could argue that his new arrest warrant with what was it, attempted first, would state
Yeah.
otherwise.
Well,
I was a witness.
So I will reference that just as a little kind of kick, like, hey, he's not violent. Oh, well, could have fooled me. I think that's even how I worded it, actually.
Would never.
no, I don't know if they're going to bring that up. I don't know that they know he has an active warrant.
No. I'm just gonna bring it up in closing.
Oh, they're probably going to argue that I'm targeting him because I also read that warrant.
Okay, now
Well,
you're
you
sounding
are an
like Parker
officer,
now.
and that is your job. So
I
whatever.
target people who commit crimes.
And it's closing statement. They can't really object. The judge can choose to hear it or not. But I mean, I don't have to mention it if you don't feel like I should. But I know you.
Well,
had
I think it's
suggested-
important for the courts to know that he violated his
Malcolm, do you
bail.
need any more nicotine?
Yeah, as do I.
The fuck?
I'm stressed out, man.
It's okay.
What are you so stressed for? Listen, I'm an influencer, man. I influence you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because apparently you guys don't have any kind of thought processes of your own. That Miss Price is the only, you have to do and say everything that she has you do.
I mean, you could look at the MDT photos and say, oh, well, that definitely looks like the guy. That looks like the one that was shooting. That looks like the one that was on the scene in the picture.
I mean,
It's
maybe
crazy.
it's just a thought. Maybe he should dye his hair a non-bright
you poor
color to make him a
baby.
little more sense, whatever, from like
Well,
everything
no,
else.
and I did definitely call him frugal. That was part of the reason that we were able to charge him, because he kept that gun and used it in multiple crimes. I appreciated his frugality, which resulted in his conviction.
Are you enjoying yourself there?
Yeah.
He's like a dog, isn't he?
Oh, I got a
I
nice
know.
picture of it, by the way. I take a picture of almost everything.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm like shaky. I don't know why. I get like that.
Doesn't up a dicky.
Your blood sugar's getting low.
Maybe.
Popping up a dicky.
Don't know what?
Fine.
Here, I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna see what they're doing. Excuse me.
We invited you to PDM.
Yeah.
I came to hang out.
Kelly Price.
I
You're
came to.
amazing.
I came
appreciate it.
to influence some more people.
Look,
I
I
came
don't
to
mean call
influence
the
some more.
prosecutor lady a bitch as she walk up. It's just.
When you called the
She
prosecutor
literally
lady,
tried
bitch?
throwing me under
Oh,
the
that
bus.
is true. That is true.
That's
She
a little crazy.
literally, she assumed. Just
Wait, you
let me
called her a
testify
bitch?
and
Well, I don't think she said it to her face.
I didn't say it to her face exactly. It's just as she was walking up, I was like, that bitch.
When I submitted for this warrant
I need to watch my
or
mouth. I'm a little
this
bit unhinged
docket, I
sometimes.
made sure
That's
to
my captain.
include those photos of the
captain.
evidentiary reports, as well as the forensic information obtained from the scene. I'm telling y'all, I'm not carrying a gun no more.
Yeah,
I don't
we were
need
just
it.
saying, make sure to pull out your camera next time.
Camera's way better evidence than anybody's DNA on a scene.
We were saying, what if we
Hey.
attached cameras to our guns that took a picture every single time you pulled the trigger?
Oh, I'd
Kelly,
shoot a
you
lot
were
more.
right about that argument. Gotta take a picture while they shoot at us.
Well, we need
earlier.
exactly, and you need a second angle to prove that the bullet hit you and not something else. Well, Your Honor, my client wasn't shooting the police officer; they were shooting
They're shooting
the
the air.
Yeti behind him.
Can I borrow an officer, please?
They thought it was a race, so you were shooting the
What's
air
it
to start
for?
the race.
What do you want?
Bert
Identify.
McKnight is here. He would like to come in, but there is no DOC anywhere. They're all.
Oh,
I'm
I
not
have to
released
search
from
him.
my subpoena, therefore I would not like
Oh.
to step outside of this
Oh
courtroom.
shit! Neither am I.
Oh shit.
I am off duty, so I'm unable to assist.
Here, I'll do it. I'll do it.
You're here off duty?
Yeah.
You psychopath.
Oh, hi, thank you.
Wait, you gotta be searched.
God damn it.
first.
Whose government badge do you have?
His. Don't worry about it.
All right, you're good. Are you coming in too, sir? What's your name?
Yes, ma'am. This is Vance Costantino. We've met a trillion times.
I don't recall.
It's alright, that's alright.
Hello, sorry about that. Are you wanting back in as well?
Oh, I searched them both. Neither of them have any weapons or containers. Kind of wish that one were wearing a mask, though.
Head on in.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to do your job. We thought nobody were around.
Yeah, no, you're good. We're just sorting out with the judge and stuff. I appreciate
in the back of my head?
Oh, no problem.
Yeah.
Some guy.
Oh, hang on. Let's move a little. In you get, Kelly.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God, thank you so much for making room for me. I love court. It's so fun.
But Kelly,
is,
have you
yeah,
ever
something.
seen another man take off his shirt before? What if another man could?
You know, I really like Josh, stating that he saw his nipples.
Yeah, that
on the
was great.
record.
That was great. Well, I
Summer?
didn't see. I saw him take off his
What?
shirt. He didn't have his shirt on. I took a picture of him without his shirt on. Hopefully he's not offended by that. But he was on a scene obstructing us from doing our job and apprehending. He was actively trying to get him out of the fucking car. So I took his picture without his mask on, with all his tattoos on, with his little blue gloves on.
Yeah,
He took a
Josh on
counter
record-
picture.
Yeah, Josh on the record stated he saw a shirtless man with blue hair, his nipples out, and all that stuff. So I was like,
He had
okay.
blue hair and nipples.
Hey, that's not the worst I've heard on the stand before. I'm like built like Hercules.
I like the
Oh
blue
yeah,
curtains.
that's not the worst. Not even the
Oh.
closest to what the worst I've
Yeah, I don't
heard,
think
yeah.
I've seen that.
I've heard someone call Donald O'Hagan a pussy
Oh, no.
on the stand before.
Oh, oh,
He
shit.
said, and I quote, "Are you going to continue wording things like a pussy or?"
That's so crazy.
Oh my God! I
That's
feel
so
like if I
awesome.
would have been there, I would have been speechless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the judge was kind of speechless.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That sounds like something like
crazy.
Junior
Surprised
Major
that
would have
person.
said.
Surprised the judge didn't give that person contempt of court right then and there.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
surprised too, but the
I mean,
judge
if
did
they're right,
raise
they're
her
right.
voice.
Yeah.
You know, she pronounced Gogoli in a very weird way too. It's kind of funny.
Oh.
Yeah. She was
Crazy.
like- She was like, Jill Jelly.
Mr. Jill Jolly.
I think it was Sunny Day.
Yeah, Sunny Day.
Oh, that's crazy. He did eventually get contempt, though.
I love Miss Day Hillard. She's
Yeah, Sunny's great.
interesting. Yeah, she's great.
I've not had the privilege.
I miss having her as a prosecutor, but
Yeah,
You
me
should
still
too.
great.
get to meet her, Kelly.
Yeah, you should really meet her.
you two
She's
get
great.
along.
I think
You both
so.
have very similar takes on pulling cameras for self-defense instead of guns, and I think it's really true.
It is. I'm telling you. Am I gonna get in trouble if I no longer carry a service weapon?
Probably.
Damn it. I'll just keep one in my pocket somewhere.
I knew a cop that
Carry-
didn't do it.
Kelly, carry one of the really shitty ones unloaded so that no one ever robs you of it. They're like, what is this? No, ew.
Yeah, carry a ceramic. No one wants those.
That's actually
What's the
pretty
small
smart.
one? The really tiny one? Is
The
it
snub?
SNS?
Oh, the SNS. Yeah, I'm gonna carry a SNS pistol.
I remember someone shooting at me with a snub, and like the fire rate was so ridiculous, I didn't get hit.
Just dancing around the bullets. Can't believe that we were able to identify the very distinct individual from one scene who was present at another scene,
By
looking
their very
exactly the
defining
same.
characteristics.
But
My
yeah,
God.
it's crazy.
What sorcery are you using?
Well, it all started with my influencing of the other officers on the scene. I believe that I was familiar with Mr. Hendricks, and then I looked him up in the MTT and was like, yeah, that's definitely him. And I took a picture of him, and then I influenced the other officers to, I guess, also see that he was the same person.
How can
Yeah.
you do this?
For context, for those that weren't there for the opening statements, the defense is claiming that Kelly has a vendetta against Hendricks
Oh.
in that she influenced and compelled the other officers to act unjustly and arrest him falsely.
How many times have you arrested Hendrix?
That I can recall, this once. I prosecuted him once because the DOJ was down bad.
Definitely a vendetta then. LOL.
Oh, and then I read him a warrant the other day. He actually is in violation of his bail.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't sound like you've had too much of an interaction to be, upsetty spaghetti.
But what
with
am I
him,
saying? It would be unjust for me to not pursue charges against an easily identifiable person who didn't bother to wear a mask in the commission of their crime.
Question: It's 3 reports. Have you been interacted with him?
Oh,
I
shit.
can't believe you use your vendetta
well,
to force
actually,
him to
Mrs.
take
Clarkson,
criminal
are you good?
actions.
Yeah, that's
I know.
crazy.
Fuck me.
You're a
Alright,
bad
wonderful.
person.
As we were in recess,
hang
I
out
was
back
discussing with Mrs. Clarkson about the circumstances that led us to the recess, and here's what here's what I want to say about this. Ms. Bishop, I would kindly ask the state, and I think this is probably the most fair way to do this, to be extremely attentive to its submissions on a go-forward basis.
Police vehicle
Because
ends in
while the defense is
551 or
absolutely
something.
correct that it is burdensome and prejudicial to
one of your
them
police
to
vehicles
not
has
be
just
on
been hit
notice of
outside.
the intended filings as they're submitted to the
And
docket,
someone's asking for
it is
an officer
reasonable
to
of
go out
them
with
to
them.
rely on the links. You're also correct that the quote-unquote
I couldn't
actual
hear
links,
you.
the text of them, were present on the docket.
Hold on.
And furthermore, what I would like to see in the future is, regardless of who the evidence
Oh,
is
that's gonna be
introduced
Mr.
by,
Robertson.
if you have a technical objection of this
who is
nature, trial is not the appropriate time to raise that objection. The evidence in the form that it is submitted, any objections of that nature should be made on the
Apparently
docket.
somebody
By the
struck
time
your
we get
car and
trial,
wants
we
to
should
see
all
you
know what we're
outside. I'd
working
bring
with.
a gun.
Substantive objections
Cool,
should
okay,
be what
let's
get
go.
raised at trial, not technical ones. So if you have a substantive objection about foundation or something of that nature, perfectly fine. But if you're objecting that the links were wrong or something of that nature, do it on the docket. It's frankly not fair to the state for them to be made aware of it at trial. It's not fair to the court to have to deal with it at the time. And whilst I'm sure that it's not fun to be in the position of the defense having to, do whatever needs doing on a last-minute basis, it is a delay of everyone's time and attention to have to deal with it at this time. I'm hoping that was enough time. So before we get going, defense, have you had enough time?
In totality, we believe so. I do have a question in regards to Your Honor's statement just now, if I may ask.
Yeah, certainly. Go ahead.
Okay, so obviously we are taking it to understand that the text in of itself was available to be, as you said, copied through to a separate document and then
I
pasted
understand
through.
that to be the case. Is there anything where that's not the case?
At present time, I don't believe so. However, I'm just racking my brain at the moment to just try and figure out how I want to word this. If you just give me a brief second, I'll try not to take up too
Would
much
it be
time.
easier to email me? I'm happy to deal with it that way. We can, or sidebar or whatever.
Yeah, potentially a sidebar might be beneficial.
All right, let's sidebar. Let's sidebar. Thank you for your
How's
patience,
it
everyone.
prejudicial?
Because of the way it was. So
Well,
the
let's leave
first
this one
thing
off
he
the
said
transcript.
was that yes, the links being wrong could cause the evidence or the nature of the evidence to be prejudicial towards their case. He followed up by saying, "Well, you still could have accessed it, and if you had an issue with the way it was formatted, you should have brought the shit up already. So this is on you." So I feel like she's gonna jump on that first comment.
Why would they not have mentioned that all of the links were the same and objected to the submission of those evidences on the
Right.
docket?
Exactly.
They've been waiting to do this a lot lately.
Have you gotten a chance to look at what they're talking about, though, Kelly?
What do you mean? Yeah.
Like what the actual issue is?
I didn't have that issue because I don't open up links on the docket. I put everything in a separate document.
Oh, nice.
And open it that way because it's a lot easier for me to access that way.
That's what he's saying they should have done.
I mean, anytime I prepare for court, I put everything in a separate document. I mean, I have it all accessible in one location. I don't got to go back through the docket.
That makes sense to me.
Not all of us are as good as you, Kelly. Great job.
Well, thank you. Oh my God. If only I were more influential.
Yeah.
But anyways. I'm not really sure how it ended up doing that. Like, all the links are the same. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know how they managed that.
the same way they spelled Austin as autism.
Yeah, it's kind of.
They did not.
Yeah, it's on there.
Autism.
I still don't understand why the notary, who is also, by the way, a judge, not selecting affirmation or oath, is discrediting the.
We figured that one
Oh, so what's the issue with him?
out. It was sent properly, then it was reformatted, then it was re-uploaded, and then it was posted incorrectly.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, there's 3 officers identifying the same person who was easily identifiable as 4 officers is the shooter.
But Kelly, other men can take off their shirts.
Yeah, but other man with blue hair and those exact same tattoos and no mask, looking exactly like Mr. Rowan Hendricks, is photographed on the scene. I don't think there was anybody else like that there.
Nah, you're crazy.
Also, the suspect literally name dropped him on scene. He was like, Rowan, come get me. And Rowan was like, I got to go. And then the car pulled up.
I like the part where they fought really hard to get the fat comment stricken.
I know. It was crazy. He just said he was too fat. Trying to pull him out the window. Said he was too fat. Sorry, bro, you're too fat. Can't get you.
And so they objected to hearsay.
Hearsay? That's what you saw.
Let's get back to it. Thank you for your
Exactly.
patience,
I don't know how that was hearsay. That's why I said something.
There will be
literally
some
what I
additional
heard.
Questions. Just for the record, yeah, we were back on admitting Exhibit F. Are there any further objections other than the technical objections to both sets of Exhibit F, both photos and forensics?
Well, I'll miss your company.
No, nothing from this defense here. No.
You can still be here in the
Very
queue.
good. Go ahead, Miss Bishop. Let's
Oh,
get back to
wait. If you're solo,
yes, Your Honor.
you can't.
So the state would also like to submit exhibits G. I know you said you want to do one at a time, so G would be the next.
G on line 9.
Yes, all of these will be on line 9.
Very good. Defense?
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm just getting that together. I'll just be a second.
Why didn't they look at that in the 15 minutes that they took?
And this is going to be an item where you're going to need to do the copying and pasting.
Oh, I love this guy.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh,
I'm
Pedro.
sure that
I
I've
love him
got
to
that
death.
through
He is
correctly.
hilarious.
Here I have. Okay. Just 1 second.
Wasn't
Okay.
when you guys asked
No
for a trooper,
objections
right?
from the defense here.
What? No, I didn't ask for
Thank you.
Oh, maybe
admitted.
outside.
Okay,
Robertson's
yeah.
car
And
got
then we
hit
would also
outside,
like
so
to
maybe
submit,
outside of the courthouse.
exhibit
Did you see?
H.
No, when I got there, there was just one person there and he already left.
This
Let
one
me
does
see.
have
Thank you.
photos as
Alright.
well.
Mhm.
Any objections from the defense?
This is Exhibit H, Little Seal OIS, median, and this is also forensics.
Yes, this is going to be photos and forensics.
Okay, just clarifying that.
Oh. I wonder where Austin is.
All right, yep, no objections.
It's
from
just
the defense here.
yo.
H is admitted. Next.
Okay. We would like to introduce exhibit I.
I don't know anything about this
All
car.
right, exhibit I is going to have no. It's going to have both. It's going to have both. I believe.
Yeah, I had no problem opening them up.
Something?
I've
No.
got I as being 2 pictures of the police
No,
cruiser.
Yeah, two pictures. Yeah, all right, very good.
Yep, no objections from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank
I
you.
mean, all of
Exhibit
this,
I is
none of
admitted.
this evidence really
Okay,
matters.
And then we would also like to submit exhibit J. There are 4 individual.
And the only thing that matters in those forensic reports is the presence of the 12-gauge slugs.
Exhibit J is going to be photos alone. Any objections?
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm just going to
The DNA from each of the officers that were shot on scene, and the unidentified DNA, which, I'm going to be honest, probably belongs to the downed suspect, who I have no idea who it is.
Okay, no objections, Your Honor.
We're good. Exhibit J is admitted.
Okay, and then the state would also like to submit Exhibit K. There are 5.
Any
underneath
objections? Yep. Any objections to K? This
Stand
is
by.
another copy and paste. Yeah.
Yep, and these are also photos of the scene. No objection from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. Admitted. Next.
And then lastly, we would like to submit L, Exhibit L.
All right. Any objections? These are gonna be photos.
I don't
as
even
well.
know what Exhibit L
No
is.
objections, Your Honor.
We're good. L is
I don't
also
know
admitted.
anything about that blue car.
Okay, and then that will conclude that part. And at this moment, I do not have any more questions for the witness.
All right. Thank you so much. Any questions from the defense? Any cross?
I
Yes,
wish you
Your
would
Honor.
have asked about the forensic
go ahead.
findings.
Hello, Captain Thorne. How are you doing this evening?
I'm well.
Good to hear. I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time. So you
probably 'cause she's gonna
were
ask stupid
responsible for the scene evidence collection.
Get
on
ready for
scene,
stupid
correct?
question. 1.
Yes.
Understood.
First question.
Thank you very much.
How do you know what a gun is?
And you
Have you ever
observed,
seen a gun
how many
before?
officers downed?
4.
Okie doke. Understood. And I would just like to check through here. I'm just going to consult the evidence submitted here. I appreciate your patience while I do this, as we, as
Sure.
you are aware, have quite a few exhibits. So just give me a hot second, because I just need to confirm my sources before I run my mouth.
Motherfucker, you had time to.
She had 15 whole minutes.
Alright, so I would just
You know
like
what
to
they did? They just
draw
had
your
coffee and a
attention to
I wish I had
Exhibit
coffee and a
H,
donut.
Little
Same,
Skill OIS
same.
Median Evidence.
Same, I'd love a
Cases in
donut
the
right
Woods.
now. No
Could
reason
you let
at
me know
all.
when you have that up?
Wait for one.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And just to confirm, we're looking at the same thing. Could you describe what you're looking at the exhibit?
I see blood. I see casings. I see a car smoking.
Oh my god, has it been like this? Is
Wait, cars can
Okey-doke, so I
smoke?
think we're looking at 2 different exhibits then. Because there are
How do they
obviously
pay
2
for the
exhibit
cigarettes?
H's.
Could
So
you
the
refer
one...
to them by the forensics or the photos?
Yes, this would
Miss,
be the
yeah.
forensics.
Let me find that.
Yeah, take your time.
Miss Thorne, why don't I make it a little bit easier for you?
He's going to post them to the docket in a new line.
Is that helpful?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, I am looking at the evidence exhibits.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And could you describe what is within the evidence exhibits?
Forensic reports?
Okay, fantastic. And just looking at this, how many pages are there in total in this exhibit?
Within Exhibit H for the forensics, that would be 4 pages.
Fantastic. And you were the requester of these, correct?
Yes, that means I put them into the labs for review for us to get forensic reports of what you're looking at right now.
I see. And I take that to mean as you were the one who collected this evidence as well.
Negative. I collected the westbound lanes of travel of San Andreas Avenue of the OIS.
They might argue a Brady violation.
Understood. Alrighty. And upon reviewing the evidence, how many different types of forensics do you see?
Would you mind giving me 5 minutes to count every single one?
So I'm not looking for specifically all 15 items, but if we look through the pages, we can notice that there are different types of shell casings, and there's also blood samples. To narrow it down, how many types of shell casings do you see?
What?
By caliber, I should say, not by their microstamp.
Sure, let me read this.
She does not seem happy.
Ms. Montoya, it may be helpful for you to lead a little bit harder here.
Okay. Lieutenant Captain Thorne, if I could just have your attention here. So, if we look through pages 1, 2, 3, and 4, there are 2 types of casings in evidence. Isn't that correct?
I am reading.
Okay.
What did she do?
I don't know what's happening.
These are not the forensic reports that I uploaded. Oh, no, it's in the other part. Alright, it's Exhibit F.
With me quickly taking a look at the forensic reports, there are 2 different kinds of casings.
Okay.
With 2 unique microstamps.
Okay, fantastic. And could you tell me what caliber those casings are?
9 by 19 Parabellum.
Okay, and the other one would be 45 ACP, correct?
Let me double check.
Do we need to rescue our captain? I feel like we do.
Maybe.
I think we do.
Chipping for a vacation sounds like is what you need to do.
I do apologize. I may have gotten my facts wrong here. As I
Yeah, there are
want to
3
do.
unique sets of microstamps. 2 microstamps are coming back to 9 by 19 and another with ACP.
Fantastic. And 9 by 19 and 45 ACP, those are pistol calibers, correct?
Sure, I guess.
Okay, fantastic.
She sounds so enthused.
And bear with me 1 second while I pull up the remaining exhibits here for forensics. If we go to Exhibit F forensics, let me know when you've got those up.
It's literally all broken down.
You said F as in Foxtrot?
Yes, F for Foxtrot.
Let me take a look. Give me a second.
All good.
It's in my breakdown, actually.
Miss Thorne, why don't I help as well? That should be very helpful for your review.
Oh, thank you so much, Your Honor.
Yes, I've provided this to all of the attorneys as well. I think this will speed up everyone's review.
Are they gonna say that I've already
And let me know when
violated?
you've got those exhibits up.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome, thank you so much. And I'm gonna narrow this down so we don't have to do too much of, find the pony. There are 3 types of shells exhibited here. How many of these are shotgun shells?
Let me read the 6 pages of forensics reports.
We appreciate your diligence, Miss Thorne.
Are they gonna try and
I'm glad
argue
it's
that there's
appreciated.
not sufficient amount of shotgun casings to have shot all of the officers? It's possible that some were not collected.
Or some were destroyed beyond recovery.
Also true. Because I did go back through and try and count. I believe there's only 2.
maybe some are still in the officers right now.
Well. I mean, you can see all the time that
Yes, I see a shotgun shell casing on page 4 of the San Andreas Ave or eastbound OAS. That is, I have been submitted.
Ah, fantastic. Thank you very much. All right.
that's
we're
exactly
almost
what they're
through
going to
this.
try and argue.
Almost through this.
There's not
The
enough
last,
casings to have
exhibit
shot
I
all
would
of the
like your
officers.
attention for would just be Exhibit G Forensics. So that would be G1 and G2. If you could pull those up for me, please.
Of course.
Thank you so much. And let me know when you've got
Those
those in
are
front of
hard.
you.
Sure. I have them in front of me.
All right. Fantastic. And looking at these two pages, any of the shell casings here shotgun shells?
We arrested someone.
Oh, nice. Who'd you arrest?
Someone.
Donna Hurts.
Yeah, she stole the burger shop guy's Crocs.
Oh my god. Fuck that lady.
Yeah. Petty larceny and then run from us. So.
No, I don't believe so.
All right.
She's still
Thank
on
you
the
very
stand.
much. And I believe that is the totality of
Oh,
the
they're going to try and
forensics,
argue
thank
that
God.
there weren't enough
I
shell
appreciate your
casings to have
diligence
shot
with
all of
these.
us.
So to summarize, we have 3 whole separate reports across multiple pages, 4 officers downed, and 1 shotgun shell recovered. Is that correct?
No, there's actually 2. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we can collect every casing from every incident.
Repeat your question. My apologies.
Absolutely. So we
Oh,
have
man.
3 forensics reports across multiple pages, with 4 officers downed, and a total of 1 shotgun shell recovered at the scene. Correct?
There's 2.
I'm just going to call that victim to let
Possibly
them know we've got
so.
suspects. We'll
Okay.
put out warrants for 'em.
That is what the evidence appears to show. Is that correct?
So yeah, in conclusion, all
With
you
my
guys
quick
are
review
just
of
lying about seeing
the
Rowan shoot
12
his,
plus
his
pages
shotgun.
of the forensics reports, yes.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time, Captain Thorne. And I do apologize if I ever get your
So
rank
now
wrong.
they're going to
I'm
argue
so
that
sorry.
he wasn't
That is
not
all
shooting, he
from
just
the
didn't
defense,
shoot
Your
all
Honor.
of us.
Thank you. Any redirect?
She needs to redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. I
Certainly,
forgot
go
I was
ahead.
whispering. Okay. So when officers collect evidence, is it every piece collected typically?
It depends on the officer.
Okay. And can you clarify for me, because I'm not an expert in calibers. On the forensics reports, which ones are the shotgun? Like, what are they listed as specifically?
Typically, shotgun ballistics casing is listed as 12 gauge.
12 gauge. Okay. Okay. Then give me 1 second. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Shit. That's DOD. Sorry.
Oh my god.
I wasn't looking.
How loudly did you say that?
Loud enough for the DOJ that's
Okay.
sitting here to hear it though. Smile.
It's okay.
Oh.
Like she said,
That's okay. At least you didn't yell that across the room.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the other
So you were saying that it just depends on the officer. Is it possible to be unable to collect every piece of evidence?
Depending on the circumstances.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right.
I
Any,
hope she's
any
not
other,
alleging that we're
recrops?
perjuring ourselves.
Yes, Your Honor. Tentatively, I'm going to be. I'm going to try to be careful with this questioning, based on
Thank
our
you.
sidebar. All right, Captain
on the
Thorne.
content of the
I'm just
sidebar
going to
was.
try and keep this nice and short and sweet. So in the redirect with the state, it was attested to by yourself that it depends on the officer as to whether all pieces of evidence are collected at the scene. Correct? And I'm just looking for a yes or no question, a yes or no answer to this question.
Officers utilize discretion.
So that's a yes.
What was your question?
My question was, based on the testimony you just gave, it depends on the officer as to whether every piece of evidence is collected at a scene.
Yes, because of discretion.
Okay. Just
On
yeah,
page
just yes or
3
no is
as
fine.
well.
All right. So therefore, because of this supposed officer discretion, it is entirely possible
my
that evidence may have
favorite
been missed. Correct?
Is when a defense attorney asks us to answer in a yes or no.
Are you
and then
referring
we
to
don't
this
answer in a
situation
yes
or
no.
in general?
Both. In this and in all situations which an officer investigation takes place.
In general, I mean, it depends on the situation. Unfortunate circumstances do happen.
Okay, so just to clarify, that's a yes, that is a potential that evidence can be missed due to officer discretion.
Ms. Montoya, I take the point.
Okay.
I
Moving on.
think we all understand what you're hinting at. Yep.
Understood. All right. If that is understood by everyone in the court, I appreciate your time, Captain Thorne. That is all for recross.
I cannot wait.
Very good. Does anyone intend
for
to
my
recall Captain Thorne?
direct examination about my
No, Your Honor.
ability to influence.
Nothing. No, the defense is not, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Captain Thorne, you're released from your subpoena. I want to thank you in particular for being so patient, both because you were on the stand when we dealt with this evidentiary issue, and then also because you got to be the lucky witness dealing with all the forensics. That's 2 in 1 day, and the court really appreciates your patience and diligence. So you're welcome to stay if you are so interested, but by all means, feel free to leave.
Thank you, Your Honor, and it is no problem at all. It's what I'm here for.
Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate it. All right, state, next witness or piece of evidence.
Your Honor, the state actually has no other evidence nor witnesses.
Resting at this time?
Yes.
Listen, you're going to try and
Wonderful.
argue
Defense,
that
are you ready for your case in
not
chief? Do you need a
responsible for
reset?
all 4.
Yeah, no, like,
Because
it's
there's
fucking...
not 4 shell
It's not
cases.
up to us what
No,
we
Your Honor,
collect. Some
defense is
are
ready.
inconclusive. The
What he
like
said.
the forensic lab will
All right, very
literally
good.
state
You may present your case
it's a
in
malfunction.
chief.
It's an
Introduce your first
inconclusive. Like
piece of
I don't know
evidence or call your first
what else
witness.
to fucking tell her.
I guess
I
basically
believe
for
the time at
we're-
this time, Your Honor.
we're
the defense
perjuring
rests.
ourselves. Oh, they're not
So-
recalling.
Very
me.
good. And just to clarify, you stated that you might intend to recall Ms. Price.
But what if all these
and you're
officers just
clarifying that you
lying
don't
about
intend to
Rowan
do that
shooting
now?
them with a shotgun?
That is correct, Your Honor, on behalf of the defense.
All right, fantastic. And is everyone prepared for closing statements?
The
State
state
first?
the state wouldn't mind a few minutes just to kind of,
Sure.
go over it a
And
little
defense?
Given some of the conversations, Your Honor, we would request the 15 minutes as mentioned in pretrial.
I think 15 minutes is fine. We'll take a 15-minute recess. Much longer than my standard. Court's in recess.
Fucking
So it's
15
Just to
minutes.
clarify, Your Honor, we
Suspects.
do love the 3-minute recesses.
Joseph
Oh,
Martinez.
thank you. Thank you.
Milo Gata.
Wait,
Wait,
it's
really?
a how long recess?
15.
15 minutes.
1-5.
So, to be
Long
honest,
time.
This is for
I
closing
don't,
statements.
I don't think they're going to cop
Yes.
to it anyway.
Jesus.
But I'll push the warrants
Yeah, I know
anyway.
I'm allowed to talk, but I
And
have
then
to
they
be
can be
careful of what I
questioned
say
about it.
sometimes, okay? Because I
Yeah, they've
accidentally called
questioned it.
someone a bitch today.
Listen, you should have heard Nadia.
Mellow
just
Should I put
now.
a rest warrant
Haven't done
down?
it for a
She
while.
put tape over her mouth.
Should I put
Tell
a
her
rest-
it's okay. She
a
can
rest
take it
warrant
off.
down?
I think so. I think
Photos.
we've got to.
Yeah, you missed Nadia seeing some wild stuff.
No, like, oh, I don't know what what am I supposed to say on the stand? Like, I'm reading like 12 plus
we have
fucking
someone's
forensic reports on the fly,
I think
and
they
I'm
both got
like,
the DNA on file.
Actually, there's 2 casings that are 12 gauge, one on page 3 and one
What
on
if they
page
just-
4. You missed one.
but like, how am I supposed to read all of that very fast on the stand? Like, what?
It's
the
crazy.
hell?
I can't believe you didn't.
I feel like they could have objected and been like, best evidence rule, just read the fucking report.
Yeah, like, why do I have to testify to that?
Well, we only picked up 2 shell casings to a 12 gauge shotgun, therefore Mr. Hendricks didn't shoot 4 officers. Somebody is perjured themselves.
Wow, fucking hell, Mello
Fucking
Gata and his
hate.
firearms license issued by
Ugh,
Max Shanahan.
I need to shut the fuck up before I get.
That's a name out.
And John
Are you
Alvarez
triggered? Are
said
you
that he could
angry?
have
Are you
his gun and
upset?
knife returned.
I want to do
And
things
Killian Clark
and
to
say
reinstated
things.
his license.
What?
Wow.
What are you talking about?
Suspects in one of our cases.
Harrington.
Oh,
hello.
I hate defense attorneys with a passion.
Yeah.
I hate
I
them.
hate the LSPD with a passion.
Oh, good for you. Good for you, guy.
You're in the wrong place for that, sir.
Come to
Yeah.
LSPD neighborhood, buddy.
I have a gun
You're
though.
surrounded
So
by a
do I.
lot
Oh,
of
I got my gun.
LSPD.
Fuck, I'm off duty.
Listen, you better be careful pulling that gun out. I'm gonna take a picture of you.
I have a
stand.
camera.
I'll stand my ground. If you enter my box.
Nobody's entering your box, Malachi. Don't worry.
Yeah, that is fair. My ginger curtains. Gotta get them
Oh,
trimmed out the way.
Please never say that again.
What? My ginger curtains?
Please never say that.
I can't believe
again.
they asked me if I've ever seen a man take off his shirt before. Holy, that seems really
Have you?
personal. Yeah, what do you mean?
I'm just asking, have you?
I want a ladies' night at the strip club all the time. I'm just kidding, I don't. No, I have not. I am pure of body, mind, and soul. Never have I ever seen a man disrobe.
Not even on the beach.
Nah, I look away.
I'm innocent. I'm a pure woman. I don't look at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, me neither. That's why I wear these shades to prevent it.
I don't make premarital eye contact.
I just don't do marital stuff anymore. It's a waste of time, a waste of money, and in the end it just ends up in divorce where your ex-wife decides to go and make IKEA furniture with other men, so...
Oh. Well, that's exactly what they're going to argue, though. There's not enough
I don't
12-gauge
think she did.
casings.
She was with me for the kids and that was it.
They're going to imply that, I guess through my influence, I have caused you all to perjure yourselves. It's crazy.
How could Kelly Price do this?
I know. Mr. Hendricks definitely violated his bail. Fuck that guy.
Why is he not here, by the way?
Oh, apparently he has surgery scheduled.
Karina,
Yes.
I might have said something fucked.
Oh.
No.
Oh, yeah.
DOJ mentioned that, what does the, shotgun shells go for on the evidence sheet? I said, it's 12 gauge, you stupid. I didn't think it was DOJ. I thought it was the other prosecutor and two other DOJ members heard me.
Oh my
It's
god,
fine.
Nadia.
I've done worse. I called a defendant a bitch in front of a PDO. It's fine.
I think you call them worse.
But,
Oh
yeah.
no, you said I'm gonna go arrest this bitch, didn't you? Yeah.
No, I've got to go send the bitch off.
Yeah,
In
that
front
was
of her
it, yeah.
and her lawyer.
Didn't you get an ROD for that as well?
So they're
Yeah.
probably talking about that.
It's fine.
What the
Just
hell,
say it was me.
Nadia?
What? Just
Okay,
go over there
I
and
was
apologize.
ordering candy, okay?
Just go over there and apologize. Just
Wait, what
just
kind of
all over.
candy, and did you get your candy? And why are you not sharing it?
What kind of candy you getting?
Dove chocolate.
Oh my god, I love Dove chocolates. Those are the best.
I've never had that.
So smooth and creamy, especially the Valentine's
They're pretty
hearts.
good.
It's always giving me a headache, huh?
Hey,
I'm more of like a
What was that, sorry?
Thornton's
Hey,
man.
real quick, Celeste just mentioned to me that Kelly, you said that the defendant has a warrant.
Yes, he does
And
have
then
a judge-signed warrant.
Did you want her to mention that at all during these proceedings?
No.
Well, I mean, I really don't care. It's a judge-signed warrant. What's it gonna do? Run for forever?
Well, yeah, that's what I was wondering because she was asking me if she should mention it. I'm like,
I mean, do you see anything wrong with that, Miss Thorney?
Wait, what was that, sorry?
The defendant has violated his bail. He has an active warrant for his arrest.
I'm pretty sure he
I'm sure
does.
it's a
If
shame
I'm...
he's not here at his trial.
No, he does. He absolutely does.
Yeah. I mean, what's the question you're asking me? Like,
well, do
I
you
mean,
want
technically,
us
isn't one
to
of his
bring
bail
that up
conditions to show
here
up at
during
court?
these proceedings, like after sentencing or something? To
Well,
the
I
judge?
think it's important.
I think it is
personally.
important to mention.
He
though,
violated his
especially-
bail
I mean, in their opening statement, they
on the same day that he
Well,
was released on bail.
they declined the fact that Hendrix is a violent individual, and therefore, if he has another active, warrant for something violent, you can also mention the history that he has with officer-involved shootings. I mean, I think it's substantial.
I mean, although it does support my personal
one of his
vendetta
bail
against
conditions was to show
Mr.
up.
Hendricks. No, he definitely violated his bail.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah,
he
yeah. I'm just saying he
violated
violated
bail,
twice,
yeah.
technically.
Hold on a second. I'm in the conversation. All right. Well, then I'll tell her to mention it during like sentencing recommendations, then, because that's probably where that should come up at.
Oh, not if he finds him not guilty, because
Well,
there's
then
not
in that
enough
case,
shell
then-
casings to support our statements.
Well, even after the verdict, if he's not guilty, then for sure, then I'll have her speak up for a motion. All right. Or whatever. Yeah.
I mean,
if I have to show up to court for another thing in like the next 14 days, I'm going to be very upset.
Oh.
I didn't even think
Stay
I was
away
gonna be able
from
to
me.
make it tonight.
Don't crash out, Captain.
I'm not gonna crash
being
out.
It's okay. That guy trying to leave.
Hell yeah, it's my captain.
Oh, can you take a look at all of these forensic reports for me?
I don't know whether to take offense or laugh at that.
I'm sorry,
Well-
you're just hearing me crash out.
I don't understand it. Like,
just
you
say
have
you're not gonna
multiple
crash out.
officers testifying. Like, you can't pick up every. Sometimes shit gets fucked and you can't. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, yes, that's
Sometimes
literally
shit
what
gets
happens.
fucked.
It's out of our control.
If he
the
rules
slogan right there.
that he's not
Yeah,
guilty of
yeah,
all
it is.
four, then number one, the crime crisis. But number two, I mean, he literally shot all four of us. And sometimes evidence is unable to be collected. And if the word of 4 officers doesn't mean enough, I don't know what to do. I'm not carrying a service weapon is what I'm going to do.
That's where we appeal, because that sort of decision, without officer testimony, obviously we don't have body cams.
Yeah,
know,
I don't
so
think
it's-
there'll be
it's
an
kind
issue.
of
I don't think Winston Worth will.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be an issue
Yeah.
because, well, I mean, in previous court proceedings, when it comes to like multiple counts of like aggravated attempted second degree, right? It's we only count the one casing and the one DNA sample, right? We don't count like the totality of it all. I mean, I think that's a really, really dry argument to make.
Please tell me the precise number of red blood cells in this blood DNA sample you provided.
Tell you what, give me 5 seconds, give me an RT-PCR machine, and all the ELISA assays I need to do. Give me an hour, I'll do it.
Who are these deputies we got here?
Hello?
Hi, what's your name?
Josh Robertson.
Oh, hi.
Nice to meet you.
Could you just let my paralegal out, please?
Oh, fuck's sake. There's nobody...
It's crazy.
We do not,
No.
sorry.
You don't have keys to the courthouse?
No, we don't work for the court.
I don't work for the court.
Well, you know.
Sometimes
you gotta
you
have-
can.
It's for it's for
I
for
refuse.
public safety.
I rebuke the government.
I'm a BCSO, not DPS.
Did I sound too?
Ah,
what's
yeah.
the word?
I think you
sound
sounded no
on stand?
different than me.
You
I think
sounded
you
perfect.
sounded.
Thanks,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Definitely seemed annoyed at some of the questions.
Yeah, because they're fucking stupid.
Well, I also agree.
Yes. So, Captain. Yeah, Captain Thorne. Can you take a look at
Captain Thorne, LT Captain.
Who the fuck
Somebody
is
knocking on the. Fuck them. Let them knock.
COJ?
We just fucking let you out.
Don't they have fucking keys?
No.
Oh.
It's like a cat.
Go to a shop and
He
get
goes
some
out
stuff.
and
You guys
immediately
are all
wants to come
crashing
back in.
out. I can't partake in this anymore.
I'm not letting you back out.
You searching when he came back in? What if we went and got a weapon?
You're
It's
searching,
fine.
Malachi.
I can't be bothered.
Oh
That's
shit! If
crazy.
he starts blasting in here, it's on you.
That's on you.
That's on me. That's fine. Yeah. There's 7 other cops here.
That's another ROD for you.
Another? You already had one?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
just look at
9mm
his
tasered
disciplinary
someone.
history.
Oh.
Just look at his disciplinary history. I know you can
Oh,
access it. You
shit.
should take a look.
The
It's
reason
funny.
why I never made sergeant and got fired from MCT.
Shit. Hopefully that's not a barrier. I don't know anybody's gotten a lot of RDs. It's crazy.
I was different.
I love court. It's great.
Oh, you're saying that you got a lot, but you don't.
Me.
No, Malachi.
It's because I
Oh,
knew
yeah.
someone in IA.
That's
I know.
crazy.
No, somebody that probably got more than you.
Probably
Who,
shouldn't
Duncan?
publicly be speaking about each other's DA
Don't
record.
reveal my sources.
Oh. Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with an RD. It's a conversation. It's how we improve. How
exactly
we get
one.
Hey,
better.
Malachi.
Hey, you got a strike.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, fuck
What
that.
rank are you?
I know. I know.
His
My
new
old
badge hasn't
uniform.
been delivered yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been delivered yet.
Oh, I
There's
kind
a-
of want to get on that radio channel.
There's a shortage of tin.
Huh.
Oh, I know that. I know that radio.
Oh, I get like
Same
a
radio they
RD
use
every
as
other
they
week.
shot officers last night.
Oh, that's crazy. At least they're consistent.
Still got my old badge.
Oh, well, I used to
Why
have
are
one.
you still carrying that?
I don't know. I don't use it.
You should probably get a new badge and with your correct rank.
Oh yeah. I don't use it. I didn't even know it was in my
And you
pocket.
should
To be honest.
probably change that badge though.
Oh, I know. I
Oh.
don't wear this uniform usually.
Oh, we showing off.
Look, I
You
like
gotta-
showing my badge photo, okay? I paid $500 for that.
You paid
That is a-
$500.
One got
That
mine
is-
for
that is a
free
great photo, Captain.
from Miss Lee
Thank
on the
you.
rooftop. I don't know why I signed it like a second grader. I never. Is it? I want to make it easy for the criminals to read. Okay, they can't read cursive.
Okay, that's a nice one. That's you need to fix that one. You need to print a new one.
Who, me?
You know, Cassandra.
Wait, what's wrong with it?
Oh, I actually like
Just
it.
put senior officer. You don't have to put this,
Oh.
write out the slash in there and all that.
Oh, you know what? Mine said that forever ago.
Senior
This is how it's
senior?
printed.
No, you
Senior
can.
officer slash Sunny.
Yeah, you can fix it.
Oh.
Because if I try and print mine, normally it'll say command staff, but I had to write in captain there.
Yeah, I remember mine.
Single
Mine
lieutenant.
actually said senior officer /
Wait, how'd you
senior
write that
deputy.
in there?
Huh?
How'd you write that in there?
You just write it in there.
What do you mean
You
just
just
write
tell
it
them
in
when they're
there?
printing it. What?
Yeah,
what
you just tell
the
it
actual
as
rank?
you're printing it. You
Wait,
just
really?
tell the machine, hey, this is the.
Oh,
All rise. Court is back in session.
I need to change my
Marty
things.
Risen.
Hello, everyone. All right, State, you had enough
Oh,
time?
perfect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did I call him a
Wonderful.
monster in
And
my
defense,
clothes?
how
I
about you?
definitely remember calling him frugal. I thanked him for his
Yes, Your Honor.
frugality. Remember that
Phenomenal.
specifically.
All right, State, go ahead with your closing statements whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
I debated on whether or not I was going to say it.
Your Honor, the testimonies presented today paint a clear picture. Rowan Hendricks was not merely a bystander, he was an active aggressor. District law enforcement accounts confirm that he used a firearm unlawfully, attacked officers, and facilitated the escape of a suspect. The defense may have attempted to cast doubt on certain elements of this case, but overwhelming evidence speaks for itself. Mr. Hendricks directly shot at officers, nearly killing 4 of them. His intent was obvious. He used a shotgun, witnessed by multiple officers, and shot without remorse. He wanted them to die. It was but luck that they all survived. The defense wants to state Mr. Hendricks is not a violent man, but his record shows differently. He has little to no regard for officers, and if anyone has a vendetta, it is him against Kelly Price, not the other way around. Mr. Hendricks put himself in the situation the moment he decided to try and take the initial unknown suspect from the police vehicle and put him into the black sports car. He was there for a reason, not by chance. We respectfully request that the court find the defendant guilty of all charges, ensure justice is served for the officers who were wounded in the line of duty. Thank you.
That was pretty good.
That was solid. I liked it.
they're going to say, we expect
Your Honor, may I
officers to
proceed?
carry cameras at all times.
Certainly.
Otherwise.
Your Honor, and members of the court, the Constitution of San Andreas does not
Oh,
begin
my
with the
favorite too.
words "we the police" or "we the prosecutors" or even "we the majority." It begins with "we the people."
Now?
All people, even those who have made mistakes, even those who others have labeled, even Rowan Hendricks. Today, you've witnessed something troubling unfold in this courtroom.
Even they know he's
Not a presentation of evidence proving guilt beyond reasonable doubt, but rather the machinery of bias converting suspicion into accusation, accusation into charge, and charge into attempted
no.
conviction.
Is that literally what we're meant
Let's
to do?
examine what the prosecution has actually proven. They have proven that a chaotic gunfight occurred. They have proven that officers were injured. They have proven that my client, Mr. Hendricks, was present in the general vicinity. They have proven that after a period of time, trace amounts of gunshot residue were found on his hands.
Actually, it was
That is all.
high intensity results.
What they haven't,
not trace.
what they
amounts of
cannot
anything.
prove is that Rowan Hendricks fired a single shot that day. Consider the testimonies of officers Robertson, Trutwine, and Sergeant Kelly Price. Shot, wounded, under fire from multiple directions and multiple aggressors, yet
They never said
somehow
it was multiple
maintaining
directions.
perfect observational clarity about the events unfolding around them. This defines not just common sense, Your Honor, but everything we know about human perception. Sergeant Price claimed to witness Mr. Hendricks shoot 4 officers with a shotgun.
Actually,
Yet, forensic evidence revealed only a single shotgun casing at the scene.
actually it's 2.
One casing, 4 officers. The mathematics of accusation simply doesn't add up.
I mean, technically, a shotgun spread.
On the stand, Captain Throne, Captain Throne,
It's full of pellets.
excuse me, said on the stand that it's completely officer discretion to collect certain evidence. So what does that leave us with? That it just depends on who the officer is for the evidence that you grab or the thoroughness of the evidence that you grab?
I don't know what else to
What
say.
did they grab in
It's
this case?
Some,
Well, no
some
weapon was recovered
officers-
from Mr. Hendricks.
I mean,
No
even
DNA
me, I
DNA
pick up
evidence
every
links him
piece
to
of
any the
evidence
shell casings.
possible, but
No ballistic evidence
it's
connects
not-
him to the injuries sustained
It's
by any
possible to
officer.
the
collect every
forensic
piece
labs.
sometimes.
Yeah.
When you carefully consider what you heard from the officers on the stand, they claim to identify Mr. Hendricks by his blue hair and distinct tattoos. Distinct tattoos.
And
they
his
claim.
face,
Yet
his
not a single
unmasked face.
officer described any of those supposedly distinctive
I did.
tattoos
They're
in any
literally
detail.
in
I-
in
I
a
Not
picture.
one. They couldn't tell you the design,
I
the
did.
placement, the size, or
Says
any
killer in
distinguishing
rainbow letters
characteristics
on his
of those
chest.
allegedly identifying marks. They ask you to believe that Mr. Hendricks is guilty based solely on the vague description of a shirtless man with
And
blue
the
hair
picture
and tattoos.
of him.
A description that could match
sake.
countless
Or
individuals.
like
in this
literally
state.
the picture of him on the scene.
And most tellingly,
that would
Officer
also
Trutwine
be
revealed the truth upon cross-examination. He didn't know
Did
who
you?
Mr. Hendricks was at the scene. He had had no prior experience with the defendant. He admitted that someone on the scene said it was Rowan. Then
It was
after the
'cause I
fact, he
looked it
searched
up.
for Mr. Hendricks in the MDT and worked backward to convince himself that this was the same person that he saw.
It literally
Your Honor,
was.
respectfully, this is not identification. This is
How is
retrofitting
that not
facts to match a
identification?
conclusion already reached. Officer Trutwine didn't recognize Mr. Hendricks during the incident. He was told who to look for after the fact,
What?
found the
That's not
photo,
what I said.
then declared with
That's not what I
certainty
said.
it was the same person he saw in the traumatic chaos of gunfire they described.
said.
A chaotic scene with 15 plus people moving around, going from scene to scene, around the corners we
Actually,
heard on
no,
testimony.
there wasn't
a
that
chaotic
15
scene.
people on that scene. There was the
There's
suspect,
something deeper at work
Mr.
here, Your
Hendricks,
Honor.
in the black car.
Something that transforms a shirtless
There's a
man in a crowd
conspiracy.
into the prime suspect in an
He
officer
wasn't in the
shooting.
crowd. He was by the
That
car.
something is bias.
He was
The
literally
kind
by the
that
car.
forms when
I
someone who
testified to
serves
that.
as a
Like, huh?
prosecutor
No,
has
I-
previous experience with an
Picture of him.
individual.
I had
The kind
no
that
idea
spreads
you're
when a sergeant
speculating and
tells her
identifying
subordinates
him
who
after
to
the fact.
arrest
Yes, I
and
looked
why.
at that picture.
The kind that clouds perception and memory,
How dare you
particularly
tell people who to
after
arrest
trauma.
and why you were arresting them?
The reasonable doubt in this case
I'm
is
so
hiding the
influential.
margins.
I hate
It
defense
stands
attorneys.
before you.
I feel like this is my
Bold
job.
and unmistakable.
No, that's
It
crazy.
exists in the
Isn't it like
absence of
literally my
forensic
job?
evidence that ties
No.
back to Mr. Hendricks.
Your job's to
It
take
exists in
photos.
the implausibility of the
Is there a
timeline.
time limit on how much you
It
can
exists
speak?
in
I
the
don't know.
incapacity of human
Yeah,
perception
man's is just yapping
during
at
trauma.
this point.
What
Yeah,
happened on
that's really
February
a lot
12th
like
was
Rust.
tragic.
Playing music when they're talking
Officers
too
were
loud.
injured,
Yeah.
and
Get
those
someone to do that.
responsible should be held accountable. But accountability requires accuracy. Justice demands evidence. The law insists on proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
I would say that the word and
The
testimony
presumption
of
of
four
innocence is not a courtesy we
officers
extend
would
to the
probably
popular or the powerful.
hopefully meet that
It is the
burden. If
right
it doesn't,
guaranteed to every person,
I gotta be honest
regardless
with you.
of
What's
their
the fucking
past,
point unless I
of their
take a picture
appearance,
of it?
regardless of who stands against them, even when that person is Rowan Hendricks, especially when that person is Rowan Hendricks.
Even when it's Rowan Hendricks.
I ask you today not for sympathy. I ask you for scrutiny. Examine the evidence, not the accusations, not the insinuations, not the narrative crafted after the fact, but the actual tangible evidence presented in this courtroom. When you do, you will find it insufficient. You will find it fails to meet the prosecution's burden of proof. The arc of justice is long.
Is he gonna
but it
It's always his
bends
closing
toward
statement.
truth. And that truth is that the prosecution failed
realize
to
it was a
meet its
closing
burden
lecture.
today.
I thought he was
Doubt
done
permeates
there
in
for a
every
second.
I know, me
aspect
too.
of this case.
My mistake.
Can we clap when he's done?
Your
No,
Honor,
don't do that.
we place our
Oh my
client
God,
in
he's
your
still
hands,
going.
confident that you will not follow prejudice but proof, not accusation but evidence,
He's
not
like saying the
convenience
same thing
but
but with
conscience.
different wording.
Return the only verdict the evidence supports, not guilty. Thank you.
I
Thank
kind of
you
expected him
to
keep
both
going.
parties for your very well written
I
and
know.
presented closing statements. The court will now take a brief recess. I'm hoping of no
Oh,
more
fuck
than
off.
20 minutes,
Oh,
as I have considered the facts and
For the-
evidence
for
presented
the
during the prior
ruling.
recesses. I do intend to rule tonight, so please enjoy this time. If you need to leave the courtroom
He's
for
go-
any
he's going not
reason,
guilty.
feel free to do so.
He's
I'll
Everyone
take a
have
20
basic
minute
subpoenas.
wait over.
Otherwise,
the
stick
verdicts.
around
He's
for
going not guilty.
what
He's
seems
going
to
not
be a
guilty.
very significant ruling.
Yeah,
Court's in
significant. Yeah,
recess.
he's going not guilty.
Oh, why
He's
you
going
say
not
that?
guilty.
I think he's going. I think he's going guilty. I think he's going guilty.
I'm gonna be honest with
I
you,
don't think we'll
based
find
on
him
his
guilty of
track
uttering
record.
threats because we've given no evidence about uttering threats.
Oh yeah, that wasn't argued
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, that wasn't even talked about.
They didn't even ask about it.
So,
Alright, so yeah, that.
then again, whether he considers my initial report as testimony, which should be the case anyway.
Ah.
Well,
Josh, can you look
Yeah.
at the kidnapping report and check the suspect's
We're
notes
just gonna put
section?
Gomer
I
in
put
I'm in the
interview
middle
plan
now.
on there.
put
If,
Gomer in the corner.
obviously, me and you aren't available to
I'm already
question
here.
them.
Okay.
The other officer can do it.
We can get to buy farmers. People are funny.
Just
I
add
wonder what
anything or
DOJ
change
is
anything.
chatting about.
Basically, both their DNA was at the scene. He described one with dreads.
But crime crisis is applicable. The argument of the amount of casings just does not apply if we're being technical here. I think we have this in the bag. I'm not sure. I don't know.
He interjected himself on the initial scene, attempting to get the suspect out of the car, and then interjected himself at the shooting scene by blasting officers and taking the suspect and putting him in the car. Crazy. She should have did would be like, look at this exhibit. Is that the same person that blasted you? Crazy.
It's just every time it's Kathleen Montoya that's on the defense, just trust her to always be like, hey, can you look at the penal code? Hey, can you look at this? Can you read this to me? Like, can she
you
not
have
read
eyes in the
herself?
back of your head?
How did you see him?
She didn't do it, did she?
With my eyes.
Yeah, with my eyeballs.
If I'm ever in a position where I need a defense attorney and she shows up, I'm just gonna be like, nah, I'm good.
What, were you
Guilty.
wearing glasses? Why do you wear corrective lenses? Was your prescription
Did
up to
those-
date? When's the last time you went to the eye doctor?
Do your glasses obscure your vision?
Oh, they actually improve it. Thank you.
Excuse me, do they sit in between your eyes and what you're trying to see? When
Does-
something's in between your eyes and you're trying to see something, does that thing being there obscure your vision?
Do the glasses pinching the bridge of your nose give you a headache and therefore alter your mental state?
You received training on, what was it?
On glasses related nose
What did
pinching?
he ask me if I received training on?
On how
Post
trauma affects-
traumatic
Yeah, I'm like, huh?
memory or whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I don't. No special formalized training on that at all.
Kelly, are you a therapist?
No. I think I wouldn't be a very good therapist on the count of I can't stand bullshit. I have a highly allergic reaction that usually results in arrest.
So if you were a therapist, you'd arrest your clients?
Maybe. I don't know. It depends on what they said.
Actually, I think you did actually kind of do a good job that one time.
What do you mean? Oh, I did give therapy.
Yeah, that was actually kind of helpful.
Oh, you're welcome.
It meant a lot. Sorry.
Listen, I do actually have a degree in psychology.
Wait, really? Oh, neat.
Counseling psychology.
So if Hendrix is found guilty and he's out on the streets right now, I mean...
He'll be ordered to turn himself in. Will he? Probably not.
Definitely not.
He could do
Especially
a
since
Brian
he's got
Fantana.
That
Will there
warrant.
be an OIS trying to catch him? Absolutely.
Well, he'll just add more charges to his already lots of charges.
Every gang in the city will somehow be involved.
I really hope that he requests to go out on bail for this warrant and it gets denied on the count of he was released on bail and committed this crime the same day that he was released on bail, after asserting in court during his initial bail hearing that he had no intention of abiding by his bail conditions, which is why it was denied.
Didn't he? Yeah, didn't he request an additional bail hearing?
Yes, they did. And that same day is the day that the shooting incident which resulted in his warrant for his arrest.
He was hoping the second hearing would bail him out.
This guy should be in jail.
Oh, come on, that was funny.
Probably would have saved himself a lot of time and money if he would have just stayed in prison. Just gonna say.
Oh wow, shots in Little Soul.
Oh, natural selection. Hell yeah.
I wonder if it's Rowan.
More than likely.
Hopefully.
Probably. That's the question I should be asking. I am the one that is got a vendetta. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly, I can't believe you're influencing me right now.
Yeah, stop
my God.
influencing us.
Get your influence out of my face, God.
I'm sorry. Go arrest the people in Little Seoul.
And only target blue.
Only target them.
You should add influencer to your Twitter bio.
I did. Just hashtag
hell yeah.
influencer.
Oh, nice.
I decided not to yeet anything about it until after the court proceeding. I feel like though it's kind of my job to be like, oh, there's our suspect. We should go in and arrest him.
How dare you tell your fellow officers that someone committed a crime and that they need to be arrested for committing
Think
said
of all
crime?
the times I've requested additional units. I'm influencing them to arrive on scene. That's crazy.
I can't believe you influenced me, Kelly. That's...
I can't believe your alpha going off influenced me to come to a scene.
Yep.
I can't believe you influenced me to just evidence collect.
It's true. It's true.
Wait a minute,
Like,
didn't
you
Rowan
even-
influence
I
you
wouldn't
guys
have
to
influenced
arrest-
you if Mr. Hendricks wasn't involved, to be fair.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, like, you have superpowers. I wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat and I'm like, I need to arrest Rowan Hendricks!
Well, hopefully that's what you think when we're trying to serve this warrant.
We do need to arrest Rowan
Yeah,
Hendricks.
we actually do.
And we
we
do.
actually need to arrest him.
I have influenced the totality of law enforcement with the articulation of that warrant. Damn it.
It's okay. His blue curtains
Yeah.
escape
Can
us.
we stop using the word curtains?
Why? Nothing wrong with the word curtains.
I don't know.
That's
I
good
just don't
curtains
like
in
the
the
sound
window.
of it.
Yeah, I love curtains.
Well, typically
Ah,
when
I love
when though
curtains.
you're referring to curtains and the drapes,
Exactly.
I'm not sure which is
Refer-
which
Yeah,
in
which
that
one's which?
scenario.
I saw stuff that
What
maybe
about
could be
curtains
referring
and
to hair
drapes?
curtains in the windows. Other curtains.
Curtain-sided lorries.
Yeah, curtain side of lorries. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Listen, at the very least, this court case established precedent. Curtains and nipples have now been mentioned officially on the record.
They have
Your
indeed,
Honor
and I really
identified
don't
him
like
by
said
his nipples.
Nipple ID?
That's what I said.
Listen, don't put
I
it
told you I was
past
gonna
me.
say it, and I said it. Did I not?
I guess it could be identifiable.
I hate
With
it
the
here.
straight in your face, picking up a man.
I mean, imagine
You
someone
know,
had
you-
only
you
one.
see
That'd be
someone's
pretty
nipples coming
identifiable.
I do wish he would have asked us to describe
three.
his tattoos. Might have been
I thought
useful,
you-
but there's literally a
I mean,
picture
I
of
did.
it.
I thought you were about to say I hope they asked for us to describe his nipple.
And that's true.
That too. You okay, Karina? You sound like you got a little trouble finishing that sentence.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
I love a good closing statement.
Don't get worked up over there now.
I really thought he
No,
was
I
going to be
don't-
done with
I
his
don't get
closing.
worked up by that. Trust.
Like,
It's all his talking
3
curtains
times.
and nipples.
Like I don't like the idea of
You don't like
a
Rowan
man's nipples.
Hendricks's-
Okay, that's very disgusting.
What the
Oh
fuck?
shit. Oh, hey, I was talking about
It's sad because you're the only one I hear, so that
Ooh.
It's actually
but now you
makes it way better. It's not sad at all. It actually makes it
no,
way better.
we were talking about
Nipple
you know,
ID.
this-
Oh, yeah, I just
Okay.
looked on what you're talking about, yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
He's like a dog. He's like a dog.
You know, I think I should leave this vicinity right now.
No,
you know?
please don't leave.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
I feel the need to be
a lot
very
has
careful
happened in the
about
past 2
discussing
minutes.
nipple ID.
Yeah.
I
minutes
blame
is a long
Trinity.
time.
The heck?
No, it's not.
Yes, yes, so, baby.
I suppose it depends on who you ask. Then.
I mean,
Do you carry 2
anybody
tasers?
can look at it. Yes, I do.
Yes.
I dual wield.
Always carry 2 tasers. You can dual wheel them.
Exactly.
Oh.
Dual wield your
Oh, I
taser.
think I broke it with that answer.
Kimbo taser.
Yeah, Kimbo.
I'm sorry I broke your officer.
It's easy. And then you shout taser, 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 and they'll either start bobbing and weaving. Then you deploy both tasers, and they'll run into one of them. Or you run up and tackle them when they start bobbing and weaving. Or they just run straight and then you taser them. It's like a 5-hit move. It's great. Never not works.
It's great for when there's 2 suspects.
Also true.
Can we remix taser, taser, taser to the tune of Pedro, Pedro, Pedro?
Taser, taser, taser.
Taser.
See, what came to my mind was Badger, Badger, Badger.
Badger,
Yeah.
badger, 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 badger.
Oh, tase, tase,
Mushroom,
tase, tase. I wanna taser you. No, nobody. Okay.
Just
No.
taste
My
them
age
nice
now.
together.
There we go. Thankfully, someone who's got a little bit of common sense.
I'm old enough.
Why
to
would
know
you
that
come to
song.
court off duty, Mr. Jomer?
So he
you know,
doesn't have to go to
I feel so
calls.
much better.
Yeah,
with
Oh,
yeah, that.
that's true.
That's
It's way better to get paid to be here, though.
Finger
I
boys.
just picked out my
true.
paycheck. I
That's
got
those Venga boys, right?
$1.25 million.
Yeah.
Can't buy a fucking
We
house.
like party. We
We like-
like the
Just
we
party.
wanted
like
to take a
party.
day off. What's wrong with that?
That was a
Oh,
Six
what a
Flags
shoot.
song there for a while.
The thing that's gonna bother me is if he comes back with less than 3 counts of aggravated attempted. That's insinuating that one of us is a liar.
Yeah.
That's insinuating that one of us has perjured ourselves.
Everybody's good.
I'm worried.
And
with
it's
the
not
fact
gonna
that
be me
didn't
'cause
catch
I
the second
influenced
casing,
everybody.
Okay. But I'm
Oh, yeah.
trying to
It's
read
on
like.
page 3.
Okay, look, I didn't.
I only know because I went through the reports before court today.
Well, I didn't go through the reports,
Hello.
and I was reading that on the fly very quickly because.
Were you stuck? Were you tried to look and they were all the same report? And you wanted to object to it in court. After on the docket they said, we have no objections to these exhibits.
You know, they didn't catch that error, but they somehow found the one letter that was wrong on my affidavit.
Got a letter wrong.
In the court
It's
case, it was
crazy.
listed as -AM instead of -CM. They got my affidavit thrown out for that.
It's crazy.
That's really
Bit
petty.
pathetic, to be fair.
Listen.
My affidavit didn't even say anything. It said I showed up and did medical. Like, just
It's
let it
probably
go.
because I influenced you to even write that in the first place.
I know, Kelly.
be
I can't believe
fair.
you did this to me. You used your, feminine wiles to tell me to write an affidavit.
Feminine wiles? What? What do you mean by that?
She influences people, Karina.
Here we
That's what I
go.
mean.
This is what I'm gonna
Is it
do.
I
like
feel
the
like you're
pheromone?
implying
I
she.
have never.
What?
I feel like you're implying that she seduced you or something.
Yeah, that's usually the implication.
Wow, Kelly.
I
calm
find
down
in-
with your womanly
Yeah, God.
wiles and your
God.
pheromones. I'm gonna start acting
Listen,
feral or whatever.
this seems accurate.
Okay, for the
Is
purpose of the record, I can confirm I have never been seduced by Kelly Price.
All right, let me put that down. Something to work on for the future.
Get away from me
Wow,
with your
you're
pheromones,
afraid I'm a
Kelly.
false man. I see how it is.
Well, it kind of tracks though, because either criminals love me to the point where it's uncomfortable and inappropriate, and they want to murder me, or they hate me to where they want to murder me constantly. So it's never anywhere in between.
I need another convenience.
Have you
marriage,
had
in?
someone who wants to do both yet?
Oh, I have.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Oh, I would love people to be chasing after me like that.
There's this
Said my
one.
ex-wife is just building IKEA furniture with other men, so.
And there's
Yeah,
this one woman
seems
that
very
wanted to
nice.
set me on fire, and not in the good way, but probably also in the good way.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Oh my gosh,
Wow.
that's crazy.
Wow.
It was a narcissist.
I've tried the hot candle wax stuff before, and that's as far
So-
as I'd want to go ever.
So,
No
Josh,
actual,
clarifying question for you.
Sure.
I need to
You
put
said
these
you want
cases
something
into
to proceed like
schedule.
that. Have you ever looked into something called Yandere?
What the fuck is that?
No.
They haven't posted any evidence.
Where is
Chinese
this
herb?
conversation? Where is this conversation
I'm
gone?
not believing this
What?
conversation.
That's my goal for
I
tomorrow.
zoned out
when
for
I
a
get
second to look at
home,
my
I won't
phone,
be
and
able to
all of
get
a
on
sudden-
duty
Oh,
probably.
God.
I gotta put all these cases, or these two into
There's
schedule.
God.
nobody over there, so I'm over here now.
That's
What's
oh,
yonder
yeah,
ray?
weird.
Yeah, what is that?
According to Google Gemini, yandere is a Japanese term for a character who is initially loving but becomes violently possessive of their love interest. The term is commonly used in anime and manga. Yandere means to be sick or mentally or emotionally ill. Deride means love-struck or to show affection. It's a portmanteau of two Japanese words.
It's Captain Thorn, by the way.
Sounds
just
like
to
a right
clarify,
right
not
person job to
Dhran.
me.
It sounds like a cat 3 to me.
Yeah.
Did she call her Thrawn?
I kind of like
Be
that.
funny.
As the young kids say, yeah.
Oh wow.
Whose name is Green?
Visual News isn't doing
Oh,
too
no.
good. 4 months ago.
What's up, Mew Mew?
Okay, that's out of your control, okay?
What about LS Diatribes, anything decent?
Useless news.
I think I'm gonna be upset. I think he's gonna go
Nothing for 2 months.
with because there's not sufficient amount
What
of
about the
shell
weather?
casings. It does not support the officer
Yeah,
testimony,
shells.
which is
Wax in prison.
ridiculous.
I didn't do that. What do you mean?
If he argues or rules that the word of multiple eyewitness officers is insufficient evidence,
Hang up the phone, hello.
that'd be crazy.
All right, court back is now back in session.
Good evening, everyone. I think we came in 2 minutes under my self-imposed time,
Nobody gives a fuck.
which
it's
I'm
too
quite
long.
pleased about. Sorry about that.
Do you want a medal?
I do have a
I do,
ruling, and here we go. Before the court is the matter of the state of San Andreas versus Rowan Hendricks. This matter was heard at trial today, March 5th, 2025. Rowan Hendricks was charged with 4 counts of aggravated attempted second-degree murder, 1 count of felony obstruction of justice, 1 count of unlawful possession of a Class 2 firearm,
He'll
and
also
1
be
count of uttering
found not
threats. The court reviewed all submitted materials and consulted all of the evidence and testimony. Or considered all the evidence and testimony, excuse me. The undisputed facts of this case are as follows. Mr. Hendricks was allegedly present on the scene of a SWAT raid where another individual entered an officer's patrol vehicle and refused to leave. The suspect, alleged to be Mr. Hendricks, was photographed on this initial scene, not wearing a mask and shirtless. Shortly thereafter, the individual alleged to be Mr. Hendricks shot down 4 officers with a shotgun. That individual was ultimately not apprehended, but was seen without a mask or a shirt, and testimony identified that the individual was the same as the individual identified as Mr. Hendricks, who was present at the scene involving the patrol car and the other individual who refused to leave it. Mr. Hendricks himself was positively identified when he arrived at Vinewood Police Department a short time after the shooting incident. When he put in a 311 request for a firearms license, he was tested for gunshot residue, returned high-intensity results, and was arrested and charged with the above offenses. The fundamental issue before the court is whether the state identified Mr. Hendricks as the shooter of the shotgun beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence presented included photographs of an individual matching Mr. Hendricks on the original scene, Mr. Hendricks' mugshots on file with the state, and oral testimony from officers familiar with Mr. Hendricks who identified him based on his tattoos and face, as well as their prior interactions. Deputies Malachi Trotwine and Josh Robertson identified the individual who shot them as matching the mugshots on file for Mr. Hendricks. Sergeant Kelly Price identified Mr. Hendricks based on her experience with him by face tattoos and other features. And Captain Karina Thorne stated that she also saw a man with similar features, shirtless and maskless, who shot officers. San Andreas is home to a saying common amongst those who seek to break the law and avoid its enforcement against them. No face, no case. Unfortunately for Mr. Hendricks, he was not wearing a mask. While the defense has correctly noted that Mr. Hendricks was not apprehended on scene, that no DNA was collected, and that no firearm shells or fragments returned to a weapon associated with him or retrieved from him, officers identified Mr. Hendricks multiply and based on their skills and experience interacting with him historically.
I am surprised.
Hendricks was clearly photographed on the scene of the original incident, and there was no alternative explanation for why he could have been confused with another individual, nor was any other individual identified with similar features. The court finds that the evidence presented runs right up against the line of reasonable doubt, but it does cross it just barely. It is sufficient this time for the officers to establish the guilt of Mr. Hendricks by identifying him through his combined appearance, including and especially his facial features and the efforts to identify him prior to the shooting.
Got his nipples.
While Mr. Hendricks was identified as the shooter of the 4 officers at issue, there were 2 other charges presented to the court today for which guilt beyond a reasonable doubt was not established during the proceedings.
Uttering threats in the position.
At no point during this evening's proceedings did the state question officers about whether and how Mr. Hendricks committed the offenses of obstruction of justice or uttering threats.
What do you mean?
The court holds that it is not
that was
sufficient to articulate probable cause
clearly
of an indictment
articulated.
in order to convict a defendant of the charges alleged. In order to secure
Took the
conviction,
suspect,
the
they
basis
put
for each
him in the
charge
fucking
presented
court. They
must
just
be
obstruction. He
asserted
was a
and
suspect.
articulated at trial by the state, and the state must establish this basis beyond a reasonable doubt. The role of the courts is to determine whether sufficient evidence has been presented at trial and the indictment is rightly considered as potential evidence. But it is the job of the state, not the court, to untangle that evidence and to present a through line that supports each charge at issue. For the reasons given in the matter of 2025 CM032, the state of San Andreas versus Rowan Hendricks, the court issues the following verdict. On the first charge of aggravated attempted second-degree murder, the court finds the defendant guilty. On the second charge of aggravated attempted second-degree murder, the court finds the defendant guilty. On the third charge of aggravated attempted second-degree murder, the court finds the defendant guilty. On the fourth charge of aggravated attempted second-degree murder, the court finds the defendant guilty. On the charge of 1 times unlawful possession of a Class 2 firearm, the court finds the defendant guilty. On the charge of 1 times felony obstruction of justice, the court finds the defendant not guilty. On the charge of 1 times uttering threats, the court finds the defendant not guilty. Now, while Mr. Hendricks is not present in court today, we can nevertheless proceed with sentencing. Is there a sentencing recommendation from the state?
Give me 1 moment, please, and I will let you know.
Yes, if you want to do some math, that's perfectly okay. I understand.
Yes, I definitely need to do some math.
Do some math?
Oh, God.
Who said that?
I believe it's somewhere along the lines of actually, let me double check before I speak out of turn. The maximum sentence is going to be $4,000 per count of attempted aggravated second. So that's going to be $16,000, and then 85 on the months times 4.
Jesus
and then the
Christ,
other charge is the shotgun charge, which is going to be
45 months and $1,000 for that one.
That's right.
17,000.
Yeah. So.
It's all right.
Good shit.
Okay, you said the 85 months was times
The cap
4.
is
So that's
385 on
The
the
obstruction of
months.
justice
Okay,
was
And
well,
then 17,000
I
on
thought we
the
managed to prove
fine.
that one, but
yeah,
Well, I
then
don't
that
know.
is
bothered.
what
It
we
was
would like
clearly
to
stated that
advise.
he was under
Full
arrest.
time and fine.
All right.
It was clearly
And
stated
from
that
the
he
defense.
took the suspect and put him in a car.
Yes, Your
I feel
Honor.
like
Everything
you
he's
even
ever said.
testified that you told him he was obstructing
Extent
justice.
of my length.
I did,
We
actually.
do have a counter to this. The defense is in agreement for the amount of, I believe it was 17,000.
Please mention his
raised.
his
In terms
violation
of the
of bail.
time, we
17
would
bags.
argue for 385 months. I think was what was raised by the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
However, we would request time served as Mr. Hendricks was incarcerated in Bolingbroke from the.
He's on bail right
15th
now.
Was the indictment? No, the 14th. I apologize. Up until the 25th.
I swear to
was when
God,
a
DOJ
bail
was actually
hearing
the
was
26th.
conducted, and he remained incarcerated for that period.
Yeah,
The
so he sure
26th.
did.
I do
You should go
apologize.
up
Time
on
served
No,
for
the
shooting
25th.
officers.
I told a lie.
State, do you have anything to say to that?
Absolutely, I do, Your Honor. So, speaking of his
Yeah.
bail, it has come to my attention that Mr. Hendricks has unfortunately gone against his bail, and there's now a warrant. And so I can tell you the charges he's being charged with if you'd like, but basically he's broken his bail, and there is a warrant out for his arrest.
I understand there's a warrant, and that probable cause was found by Chief Justice Gupta for his arrest. I haven't reviewed that personally, and it wasn't introduced prior to today. So, under the circumstances, Miss Bishop,
It was
I
literally
think it is out of scope for this
signed
consideration,
yesterday.
but I do appreciate the context.
How is it?
Okay.
Was it out of scope?
Taking into consideration
Literally
the time
got
that he did
released
spend
on
in
bail.
Bolingbroke, prior to his bail
And
being
then
granted, which the state did
immediately
agree to for the
violated it.
record. I'm gonna say.
I guess we didn't arrest him
also
fast
understand
enough.
that he's gonna be out of state for a little while. Does the defense know when he's gonna become available to turn himself in? Because we're not gonna hold him accountable for not being available. Sorry, not out of
Aren't you
state. I think he's stuck at home.
I was gonna say, aren't they supposed to surrender their passport?
We're just consulting.
Yeah,
communications
maybe
to see if we
another
do have that
violation
contact
of-
information. Just one moment,
He
Your Honor.
violated his bail again.
Yep.
I don't understand the whole, thing of pleading not guilty, then getting no time after, once your court case arrives.
I
That's
think it's
just,
bollocks.
yeah, I
mean,
agree.
Granted, he did spend like 8 years in prison.
Well, that's because
That's
he
kind of
went
his
to
own
his
fault for
bail
being
hearing
an
and
idiot.
said, Your Honor, I have violated my bail every time and have no intention of abiding by any bail conditions.
At this time, Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Hendricks will be able to turn himself in as of on or around the 11th of, was it March?
This month, not next month.
This month.
All right. Let's do. I'm gonna do 200 months in recognition of the time that he's already served. We're getting it's just a little over half.
Some time, I guess.
He'll have to serve that when he comes back. So it's when he's available.
Oh,
Sorry.
perfect, then he can
it's
serve
easy
his
to mix
warrant
up
as
these
well.
complications. That's something for
Probably
him
gonna
to
be
look
like, yo,
forward
dog,
to,
wasn't me.
Miss Bishop. I think that he'll be quite pleased, shall we say, with that result. No one will be happy about it. All right, so my sense is going to be 200 months considering time served and $17,000 in terms of fine, consistent with the verdict. Are there any post-trial motions?
A post-trial motion?
I have no
The
idea.
defense, Your Honor.
None
State.
from no.
Great. Court is adjourned. Thank you all for your time and your patience this evening.
Good
See you again
work,
soon.
everybody.
It was
I
pretty
also want to
good.
specifically thank the
work.
attorneys for their excellent presentations this evening.
I can't wait to
you very
influence
much,
some more people. I better get off duty before I do that.
Yeah, you don't want to
Shit.
influence us anymore than you
Go
already
smoke
have.
crack.
Finally.
I didn't influence you
Let
to
me
do
out.
that. Shit. I'm blocking people.
Let me out, I beg of you.
Let's go.
All right.
Can't believe you're influencing me, Kelly.
I know.
I'm too tired for
Bye
this
guys,
shit.
stay safe.
Oh,
You're the
good for us.
influencer.
The other one I get.
That's
also
work,
taking his
man.
time off is bullshit.
Well, it
I'm
is
in
what
a-
it is.
Yeah, whatever. Well, hopefully he'll be denied bail.
Well,
next
hopefully he
step.
does plead guilty.
That would be nice too.
Sometimes you just gotta really spell out some of these charges. for
But,
judges,
you know,
so.
some
Yeah, I should have done that.
good ammunition. Well, I feel like I literally testified that I told him on scene he was obstructing justice.
sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like I testified to that. I feel like I literally said that.
Yeah.
And that it was clearly articulated the suspect was under arrest. It was clearly articulated that he took this suspect and put him into the trunk of a car.
My thing is, Brantford used to be a defense attorney, so I'm not gonna say that I'm surprised that he gears more towards the defendants. I mean, it shouldn't be, and if there was a way to, you
Well, I
know,
knew
take
the
that into
uttering
question, I
threats
but-
would be a no-go.
Yeah, that
Nobody
one,
mentioned that.
No, that was my fault, and I totally botched that one. It wasn't until afterward, and Robertson was like, "Oh, you forgot to ask me." I was like, "Oh shit, yes I did," and I couldn't recall him because I said I didn't need him anymore. I should have kept everyone. Yes, I want everyone, just in case.
Me and my fucking vendettas.
I know.
Well, it's
Although
gonna
I
be
don't
good
know-
ammunition in case he pleads not guilty. Be like, Your Honor, he was released on bail after initially being denied bail because he was like, I don't plan to abide by my bail conditions, so it was denied, and then he got bail, and then immediately after he got bail, on the same day he violated his bail.
And I'm like, technically, I didn't say I was okay with his bail. I would have said no. His ass is gonna be stupid, and
that warrant literally just got signed last night. So
although
great, Willow.
Celeste.
it was
Thank you.
submitted.
I am glad that he was
like
on bail
forever
because
ago.
then he couldn't use that as time too. Oh, I've been in prison since this. Like, can I just do time served totally? No. I mean, it's cool.
All right,
I'll be at
you're not
Oz.
being kicked out of the courthouse, but I would like that everyone go to the lobby, please.
Oh.
Yeah. And that's all that really matters.
How would you like this door locked?
I got it.
God,
Thank
it's
you.
raining outside.
Right.
Yeah.
You wanna stay
Crazy.
safe?
Certainly.
Bye, guys.
That was a good job.
Oh, well.
It was a good
Well,
job.
thank you. I mean, the outcome was about as good as I initially thought it would be, so I'm happy about
I'll
that.
be honest with you, once they started arguing those shell casings, I was kind of worried.
Yeah.
I was really
But-
worried that the word of 4 officers was going to mean nothing.
Well, I went over to Armstrong and I also gave him a pat on the back for his efforts. He made a very strong case. I like the guy a lot.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was
know
looking
him.
forward to seeing him. I'd
It's
only
not admissible
met
in the
him
state of San Andreas.
in holding
Good.
cells.
But I explained to him, I said, you know, you made some very excellent arguments. However, I think you'll quickly find out that officer testimonies is extremely valuable in our
Mhm.
courts. So that's something that he'll have to get used to.
Well, I cannot believe how long that went. I didn't even notice it till I looked.
Jeez, what time
Yeah.
did this case start at?
7. It was
started
3
at-
hours.
How is
Yeah,
this a
3
3-hour
hours.
case? That's
It didn't feel
Well,
like it.
to be fair, a lot of it
recess.
was, recess.
You're right.
And the
There's
reading
probably,
of the ruling.
there's probably
Really
what,
supposed to be
40,
talking to
45 minutes to an hour worth of recesses.
I think so.
50 minutes, give or take.
Y'all have a
The
good
deliberation.
Bye. I mean, I give them kudos. Those technical things, like shit, that was pretty clever. You know, getting somebody on a technicality.
Yeah, I'm not sure why
I feel pretty
obstruction
good
was
not to be
ruled that
assigned
way,
to the
but
case.
it's
We
okay.
didn't take a
neither.
picture of our
It's all right.
affidavit.
You got
It
the,
is.
you
Yeah,
got the
I
main
would
chunks.
not.
Yeah.
You even got the class 2, so.
Yeah. I was very happy about that
No,
one.
that's a win. Don't worry. There's
Yeah, I'm
a
not
decent
worried
amount
about
of
it.
drive.
I wanna hear it.
Oh my gosh, he's so loud.
I know.
I was just real confused on the obstruction. Like, I felt like...
Someone said something about asking for a judge not to be assigned.
Oh, that's not it.
This is my only confusion, but it is what it is.
Yeah, same.
Still.
John,
Please
don't
stop
talk to
shooting
him.
me. Stop shooting me, please. That's a lawful order. Please stop showing me I'm law enforcement.
Yeah.
Oh, you submitted a restraining order?
Just saying. Well, I should go.
Let's have a look.
Okay. I know I need to do. I'm tired. And I wore this for a
Yeah, I
little
know.
bit.
It's funny.
Change. Well, it was nice getting to see you again, Kelly. I hope you have a
yeah.
Oh,
Good
you
work,
did it
though.
during the
Good work.
trial. Oh, okay.
Have an above average night.
You as well.
Good, Jomer.
Thank you.
I know, I feel like we need a photo of everything. And I feel like I'm going to ruin things because I want to take a picture of
Kelly.
everything. See ya. And I'm glad that's why I took his picture on that scene of him by the car. for shit exactly like that. That's why I take a picture of everybody who removes their mask in the car and people get mad. What are you taking my picture of? Well, so I have a photo of your face for when you decide to run from police. Oh my God, it's raining. You know what? We'll just hit a delay. I ain't in no hurry. Actually, I am. I just come over here. I need to go to sleep. I would argue that a warrant, a judge-signed warrant, would be violation of bail if they found probable cause. Is that a local? What? Are you drunk? Hello? I think that's the local. I don't know what's wrong with him, but I need to go to sleep though. I got a long ass day tomorrow. And an assembly that I'm not going to. And hopefully I don't get yelled at.
Oh, congratulations, Sergeant Price, on winning the court case, by the way.
Oh my God. It was a team effort. Hashtag
Indeed.
go team.
Hashtag go team.
It was pretty good. Pretty good.
Alrighty. Well,
I'm
you all
going
stay
42.
safe.
Have
Yeah,
a good
me
night,
too.
Karina. Have a good night, Kelly.
Oh my God, you have an above average night.
Good
you have the night
night.
that you deserve. In the
Which
words
is a
of
good night. It's
yes,
a good
an
night.
above average night.
Yeah. And you know what? You know what? Fuck defense attorneys. They're all ass.
Not wrong.
Yes, that is fair. I really thought you were gonna start swinging.
No, I would never swing in a courtroom. Other places, however, that's
Swinging is fun, actually.
it really is. It's a nice way to get, you know, some stress out.
Some vestibular stimulation. Just going back and forth on a little seat.
Sure. You're very sus.
What do you mean? I
You're
love
just
to
very
swing.
sus.
A tire swing is actually the most fun because it goes all directions. It can be very
Oh,
disorienting.
does it now?
Kind of like getting shot at by multiple directions and being
I don't
able
know. Do
to
you have
see.
eyes in the back of your head, Kelly?
No, but I can turn in the direction of gunfire.
Mm.
It's crazy.
Okay.
016 1742. Have an above average night.
Thank you for your service, Kelly. Thank you for your service.
Oh God, you're welcome. It was a lot of fun. I love court.
Yeah, me too. I love court.
You know what? I think the reason that I love court is my opportunity to show how confident I am in my charges.
Yeah, no, I love court when it benefits me.
Well, that's fair.
Oh. Let me get out of this suit and go find somewhere to sleep. Well, I'll see you around, Kelly.
Yes, ma'am. Find somebody to raid.
103, show me 1042. Everyone stay safe. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. Right, let's find somebody to raid, because I gotta go to sleep. I need to find some food. Why, I could just not eat. We got, well, let's go raid Mr. Winstonworth. It's XR_Warhot. Let's try this. I don't know if he's gonna stay streaming or not. XXR_. Let's go raid the judge. Well, he's still chilling and hanging out, so we'll just, we'll go and say hello. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you all enjoyed court. Have an above average night. Have a sunny day. I look forward to arresting Mr. Hendricks eventually. Let's go raiding. Shit, I gotta do scheduling. I'm doing it tomorrow. Bye.